Chapter 41, Akasha's Snake 8, Just a little more, just a little. In a place where the monster outbreak had swept over, where the forest and the earth had all turned to ruins, there was a player moving his tattered body with unsteady steps. It was Bane. Just a little more. Clutching onto his shoulder with his one remaining arm, Bane struggled to move forward. He was filled with a burning desire to complete his mission. He had managed to survive the assault of the Goblin King, pretending to be dead and waiting until the monster outbreak passed by. He once thought of giving up on the mission and heading back to their base. That was how hard the monster outbreak had struck him. Team 1, Orangutan's most prized group of players, had evaporated in a moment, leaving no trace behind. And the aura of the Goblin King had been so ferocious that he hadn't been able to do anything but stay frozen in his spot. Nevertheless, he chose to pursue his mission till the end with only one thought in his mind. The monsters must be heading towards where Cain is. He must be up to something. As far as he knew, the monster outbreak was an event that had never happened in the entire history of the tutorial. And that meant there was definitely a player behind this whole event. Bane intuitively knew that it had something to do with his target, Cain. Of course, he didn't have any evidence to prove it, but he was a player that Orangutan constantly kept tabs on. He thought it was a reasonable suspicion that he was the cause of this mess. It's definitely a hidden piece, the biggest one, unparalleled to other ones in the entire tutorial. Whatever Cain was up to did not matter. Bane was planning on ambushing him the moment he acquired the hidden piece. He speculated there was a good chance of winning if his plan worked. And adding the rewards for completing his mission, he could still chase after Fant and Adora. Just you wait, Cain. The light of greed was glittering in Bane's eyes. It was when the war was reaching its climax when the Goblin King and the Orc King realized things were getting weird. Rumble. With their innate keen senses, both of the kings had already noticed that at some point the ground started to shake weakly. However, they both knew that their life could be very well forfeited were they to look away for even just a moment, therefore none of them opened their mouth. And that carelessness brought about great disaster. Rumble. The ground started to sink right in the middle of the battlefield and Quang. Something suddenly shot up from the ground. It was a giant snake. With its ferocious jaws agape, the snake already had 3 or 4 monsters in its mouth. The nearly 10-meter-tall mass towered over the monsters, creating an enormous pressure. Wah! What kind of monster? It's horrible. Quick, why is our god here? And the moment the monsters looked up at Akasha's snake in confusion. Stomp! Akasha's snake swallowed the monsters in its mouth in one gulp, and jerked its head looking down on the monsters. There was food all over the place right before its eyes. For it, this place was nothing more than an all-you-can-eat buffet. Ka! Akasha's snake soon buried its head in the nearest group of kobolds. No monster was able to react to its fast movement. As a result, the Kobold King, who had been standing in the vanguard and courageously leading his race suddenly disappeared into the snake's belly. Oh, our king is dead, we have to avenge him. The army of kobolds rushed towards Akasha's snake, eyes burning with rage. They could never let the enemy who killed the king get away. But their attacks couldn't leave even a scratch in its scales. Their axes broke bouncing off into the air, and the arrows only slipped against the scales. Akasha's snake, on the other hand, flapped its tail as if it found it to be annoying, and dozens of kobolds were blasted away covered in blood. Much to their dismay, their death only resulted in more life energy for the snake to fill its stomach and grow its size. And when they realized that, Akasha's snake had already grown much bigger. As its size grew, so too did its ferocity. Regardless of their race, the monsters couldn't help but drop their jaws. Its aura was so overwhelming it made them stand paralyzed. A monster that steals life from dead monsters. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. In all their lifetime, nothing stood above them in the forest. They were at the apex of the food chain. But here, they were faced against a new predator for the first time. The fear of facing a predator was so alien to them. They hadn't thought of what to do when such fear became reality. And eventually, Quakwang, it gave birth to a disaster. Run, this is God's retribution, quick, we have to run away, quick. The monsters began to escape from the battlefield in order to run from Akasha's snake. Some brave ones gathered up and tried to fight against the snake. But no matter what choices they made, they all came to the same end. Being prey. For those who ran away, the snake snatched them up and swallowed them. For those who fought back, it crushed them with its massive body and again, swallowed them. One way or another, all the monsters were going to end up being inside of the snake's belly. The more the monsters died, the bigger Akasha's snake became. As the time went by, Akasha's snake rampage became more and more overwhelming. The scene was a complete pandemonium. It seemed like the gates of hell had opened up in here. Even if they wanted to run away, with tens of thousands of them tangled together in this battlefield, it was near impossible. Damn it! Not being able to hold himself back, the Goblin King pushed away the Orc King and turned towards Akasha's snake. Cranum, where are you going, Chwik? This is a duel of warriors, you must finish. Shut up, Farak, I care about the safety of our race more than mere honor. The Goblin King left the Orc King behind and darted forward towards the other monsters. The Orc King frowned as he stared at the back of the Goblin King. He and the Goblin King were the top warriors who had been each guarding the east and west sides of the forest. Of course, he had been waiting for an opportunity to break the tie between them. So, there he was, thinking that today was finally the day. But as it turned out, it wasn't. However, before the Goblin King left, he left the words saying that the safety of his race was more important than honor. And although he was an enemy, those words had dug deep down into his heart. Eventually, the Orc King shouted out, "Orcs, listen, we will also fight back against our god. Quick!" He couldn't bear to tell them to kill their god. But since their god could be resurrected, he ordered them to attack. Overflowing with fighting spirit, all the monsters united under the two kings' leadership. Their enemy was now Akasha's snake. But Akasha's snake had almost already recovered its original size. The snake inflated its head. These impudent little creatures were launching their puny attacks on it. They needed to be punished. Akasha's snake opened its jaws wide and sprayed its venomous saliva all over the monsters. The monsters in the front were swept away by the deadly poison. Those who were drenched in the saliva melted away in an instant, and the monsters sprinkled with even small bits of saliva screamed in pain. Just then, the Goblin King jumped above the head of the snake. Die! The Goblin King lifted his halberd up high and swung it down onto the head of Akasha's snake. Ka! Akasha's snake cried out in pain as it struggled to make him fall, but the Goblin King pushed his halberd deeper in. In the meantime, from the ground, the Orc King slashed deep into the snake's body with his sword. Splash! Blood splattered out from the wound. Akasha's snake opened its mouth again, getting ready for another shower of poisonous saliva. And this time, it was aiming for the two kings. What a mess! Yian-Wu clicked his tongue as he looked at the chaotic battlefield. Provoking all the monsters in Section E, he did expect the effect to be great, but this is far worse than I expected. There was only a tenth of monsters left fighting Akasha's snake. As a result, Akasha's snake was now 1.5 times bigger than its original size. Its body was as grand as a great mountain and was as long as a river. It seemed almost impossible to kill such horrific monster. There were still two monster kings pouring out their attacks on Akasha's snake, and some other monsters steadily damaging the snake with what little power they had. Well, it won't last long, it was very obvious. The Goblin King and the Orc King, they both were as strong as Turagan, but it seemed they were running out of energy. They were desperately trying for the sake of their races, but their health wasn't infinite. The Goblin King had already lost an arm, and had half of his face melted by the venomous saliva, making Yian-Wu wonder if he could see properly with his eyes. The Orc King was in much worse shape. As he had been hit by the snake's tail, his whole body was full of bruises. Several parts of his body were swollen up, he had fractures all the way from ribs to the end of his spine. They were holding out due to being the kings of their races, but they were on the verge of collapse. And the same was true for Akasha's snake. It's because it ate too much food. You should have known that overeating is bad. Not a long time had passed since Akasha's snake resurrection ceremony. With its unstable body, the snake put tons of monsters into its belly, and now had a size much larger than it had prior to its death. He doubted its body could handle it. Although Akasha's snake was half spiritual energy, the other half was still in the material world. This meant that it needed some time to digest and absorb the nutrients of the food it had eaten. But Akasha's snake took too much life energy at once, skipping such process. It would be strange if it didn't get sick. Nevertheless, its instincts drove its body and continued to prey on monsters. In addition, the two monster kings had been steadily chipping away the snake's health. In the end, the monsters and Akasha's snake, they were all dancing in the palm of Yian-Wu's hand. And now was the time to wrap up the show. Yian-Wu activated Mana Circuit, and brought it down to his feet. Mana Circuit. Skill proficiency has increased. 0.7%. Shunpo, skill proficiency has increased. 12.4%. Kwang, swish, with the ground underneath his feet caving in, Yianwu sprang up in the air. Above the head of Akasha's snake, the place where the orcs had pulled its brains out from, and where the wound left by the hellbard of the Goblin King was, there now was Yianwu getting ready to unleash his attack. Devour. He spread out his left hand and put it on the wound. Jaws full of saw teeth appeared from his hand and stuck into the snake's head. Ka. Akasha's snake struggled in pain, feeling like its whole head was being pulled out. It twisted its tail, sweeping away nearby monsters as its scream echoed around the forest. The monsters were busy backing away from the sudden situation. But despite its struggle, Yianwu clung to its head and pushed his hand deeper into the snake's head. Batory's vampiric sword won't be enough to kill it. I'll have to do something else. Fortunately, Yianwu was already aware of the biggest weakness of Akasha's snake. The brain. It was the part where its soul was contained. Ka. The brain was sucked into the serrated jaws. Yianwu didn't let go of his hand until the brain had completely disappeared. Batory's vampiric sword. Skill proficiency has increased. 6.4%. Batory's vampiric sword. Skill proficiency has increased. 8.2%. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your health has increased by 2 points. Your magic power has increased by 5 points. After catching such a big prey, countless messages continued to pop up, filling his retina. At some point, he felt something weighty being absorbed through his hand. A soul, or an essence. It was the source of Akasha's snake. And it was then when the light completely disappeared from its eyes. Kung, the snake's massive head collapsed helplessly onto the floor. You have slain the boss monster, Akasha's snake. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 5,000 karma. You have acquired 3,000 additional karma. Hidden quest resurrection ceremony completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 3,000 karma. You have acquired 2,000 additional karma. Rewards. Sudden quests monster outbreak. Being one of the hardest quests in the tutorial, Akasha's snake provided the largest amount of karma ever given through a quest. It was enough to raise a few ranks. Killing the snake also counted as clearing the sudden quest. Plus Akasha's snake was the ultimate goal of the tutorial that Yianwu had in his mind even before entering this world. And that goal had finally been achieved after many complications. Yianwu, however, drew Karshina's dagger with a blunt expression. He could appreciate his victory now, but he was going to wait until the end of the tutorial. Schlicked. As he sliced under the snake's head, a golden orb about the size of a human head rolled out from the cut. It was the Akasha's snake's Nidin. The original Nidin was said to be the size of a fist, but it seemed to have expanded to its current size due to overeating. Grin. Yianwu gave a content smile. Devour. And he pushed the orb into Batory's vampiric sword that was still screaming from hunger. Volume 2, Chapter 17. Chapter 42. Akasha's Snake 10. Akasha's snake had a venom gland attached next to its Nidin. A gland that oozed out poison that could melt any monsters that came in contact with it. It was a kind of self-defense mechanism that Akasha's snake developed in order to protect its Nidin. Therefore, it would have required a specialized skill to remove the gland from the Nidin. It's not a problem if I can absorb it. Batory's vampiric sword devoured anything that contained energy, even if there was a venom gland right next to it. Thanks to this skill, it was a piece of cake for Yianwu to absorb the Nidin. He separated the venom gland and stored in the bag with Undine's goblet. It would be of great help if I absorbed the venom from the gland, but it's also the main ingredient for crafting Aegis, eyes. Batory's vampiric sword. Skill proficiency has increased. 6.2%. A huge amount of spiritual energy, Akasha, is pouring into your body. It will be converted into magic power. A huge amount of poison is flaring up inside your body. It will be converted into magic power. Your status, half-dragon body, is influencing the absorption process. Your magic power has increased by 8 points. Your magic power has increased by 6 points. Mana circuit. Skill proficiency has increased. 2.1%. Due to the large energy inflow, the conversion process will require a considerable amount of time and health. Your status, half-dragon body, has been determined to be unable to contain all the potential mana. Your body will continue its growth. Trait conversion in progress. The halted succession process will resume. 44%, 46%, 48%. You are advised to stay in a safe place during the conversion process. Outer impact will cause a slowdown or deviation. Estimated time, 15 hours. Crackle crunch. The amount of energy contained inside the needle was too much for Yi and Wu to handle all at once. A mixture of monsters, spirits that were yet to be purified, and the resentful spirit of Akasha's snake, they were all jumbled up inside the needle. Thanks to Batory's vampiric sword, barely no energy was lost during the absorption. The intake of such enormous amount of energy caused drastic changes in Yi and Wu's body. A change presumably far bigger than those that had taken place with reinforced physique. The system warned him to stay isolated from the outside world until his body stabilized. But despite the warning, Yi and Wu slowly rose from his seated position and turned his head to see the Goblin King and the Orc King. A vortex of mana was swirling along his mana circuit. It was causing the circuit to break down and burst open, and his muscles and bones to shatter and reassemble. Terrible pain followed after the changes. However, Yi and Wu stood high, paying it no heed. He could control his senses and shut down a few nerves to suppress some of the pain. His physical resistance skill also helped him alleviate it. Hup, that's impossible. Looking at Yi and Wu's bloodshot eyes, the two kings flinched. It was due to a massive energy storm wound around Yi and Wu. Go oh oh. Yi and Wu's aura coupled with the excess energy emitted during the absorption process created an indescribable atmosphere. Moreover, the two monster kings felt something in Yi and Wu that stimulated their instincts. Something akin to a predator. Just then, they figured it out. It was his eyes. Those were the eyes of a predator. Right in front of them stood a predator even more insatiable and more frightening than Akasha's snake. I will kill you, CHWIK. Ignoring the mortal fear, the Orc King leapt to attack Yi and Wu. It was clear that the human in front of him was the cause of this whole tragedy. But this was the situation that Yi and Wu wanted. The two monster kings were also boss monsters just like Hargan. And boss monsters like them will give me a lot of karma and tokens. These two monsters had received serious injuries from fighting Akasha's snake. On the other hand, Yi and Wu's body was in perfect condition excluding the conversion process. Yi and Wu held Karshina's dagger backward and made a wide swing. Spurt. The Orc King's head flew off into the air. You have slain the boss monster, Farik Orc King. Additional karma will be provided. Without giving a second look to the messages, Yi and Wu dashed straight towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King held out his hellbard with a stern look on his face. Unlike the Orc King, his two eyes were calm, knowing his death was nigh. But the Goblin King struggled with all his might, as if he would not forfeit his life that easily. Quang. Crunch. Yi and Wu's body was still going through changes. Now, even if he tried suppressing it, the terrible pain was still transmitted to him. The good news were, the proficiency of physical resistance was increasing very quickly, now reaching almost 17%. But he couldn't help feeling physically exhausted. Yi and Wu gritted his teeth and cut off the head of the last remaining orc. Spurt. With his face covered in bitterness and anger, the orc's head dropped and rolled on the floor. Ha! Yi and Wu let out a long deep breath. After the death of the two kings, there were two paths the remaining monsters took. One was to run away, and the other was to resist till the end. He did not bother chasing down the runners, because they were all weak and worthless. But he made sure to get rid of the resisting ones. Then he shoved the serrated teeth into them and absorbed their energy. Yi and Wu didn't stop after acquiring the needle and venom gland of Akasha's snake. He wanted to speed up his succession progress and improve his body as fast as he could. He desired more and swallowed more. He would do anything to become stronger, and nothing else mattered. However, consuming hundreds of monsters had made him too exhausted. He could really use some rest in a quiet place. Yi and Wu thought of going back into the snake's den for a little rest, but he clenched on Karshina's dagger instead. There was one more thing left to bother him. Just come out already. Yi and Wu cast an indifferent glance to one side. There was no one in sight, but soon the space seemed to distort, then a player appeared. With a stiff look on his face. Holding onto his shoulder with his one remaining arm. It was Bane. How did you know? Yi and Wu snorted lightly. You didn't think you could stay hidden with your aura leaking all over the place, did you? You really are a monster. Bane stared at Yi and Wu with a look of fear. He had been watching the whole process. From the time when Akasha's snake had gone on a rampage, to when Yi and Wu absorbed the needle and swept out the remaining monsters. And Bane had only one emotion towards Yi and Wu. It was fear. Running around like a ghost with a white mask, Yi and Wu took away the lives of others with just a swing of his knife. Such scenery reminded him of a grim reaper. But soon, greed started to peek through his eyes. If only he could have that power for himself. If only he could take the hidden piece waiting to be taken. In Bane's eyes, Yi and Wu was the hoarding hidden pieces all to himself. If so, he had to take them. They belonged to him. So he waited and waited until Yi and Wu was exhausted. And at last, the time was here. Swing. Bane slowly drew his sword from the scabbard. It was his treasured artifact granted by the Isle when he had first joined Team 1. The cold sound of the sword being drawn spread across the air. The green thread tied on the pommel of his sword trembled as well. But that monstrous power you have, I'll have to take it away from you. Yi and Wu twisted the corner of his lips. You, by what means? Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. 'Cause I know that right now you don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Bane slowly walked towards Yi and Wu, thinking he was bluffing. Even if he could fight back, it didn't matter. He had been conserving his energy the whole time just for this moment. Even if he had lost an arm, one arm should be enough to take him out. But Yi and Wu didn't stop sneering at Bane even when he got closer. Didn't I ask you already? How are you going to take it away when I'm not alone? What are you? When Bane was about to shout back at his nonsense. Swish! A sudden piercing sound rended the air. Puck! And before Bane could even react, an arrow stuck deep into his temple. The arrow was so powerful that Bane's head snapped to the side as his body flew off. Dying a painful death, Bane's eye spotted Galliard with his bow pointed at him on top of a rocky mountain. Galliard lightly leapt down from the cliff and landed next to Yi and Wu. He clicked his tongue as he looked around the completely devastated area. What's all this mess? Was this all you? Even with his experience of countless tutorials, he had never seen anything like this before. But Yi and Wu suddenly burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Yi and Wu didn't know how to answer his question. Just as Bane had said, he was feeling so wrecked he couldn't even lift a finger because of the ongoing conversion process. And Galliard showed up right on time. He didn't know whether to call it a coincidence or fate. But it didn't matter, because with him on his side, he could finally take a rest. Galliard, what? I brought you a gift. What? Wait, you. Yi and Wu took out the pendant from his pocket and threw it at Galliard. The sudden throw took Galliard by surprise, but he managed to grab it. And as he realized what it was, he looked back to Yi and Wu with strained eyes. So many questions flashed through his mind, but he couldn't get them out because Yi and Wu was already falling unconscious before he could continue speaking. Galliard quickly came forward and held Yi and Wu from falling. Looking at Yi and Wu, his eyes were shaking. He didn't know what to make of this mysterious man. But one thing was certain. He was asking for help in return for the present. Galliard noticed his body was unnaturally hot. It didn't seem like he was sick. He could only guess there was something happening inside his body. You're leaving me no choice. Galliard shook his head. With Yi and Wu on his back, he headed back to his cottage. It was a long time before Yi and Wu woke up. The first thing that came to his sight was the ceiling of a familiar cottage. And also, the messages crammed in his retina. Trait conversion has been successfully achieved. Your trait, reinforced physique, has been changed into diamond physique. 92% of the energy has been converted to magic power and absorbed into the body. Body improvement has been confirmed. The vessel is strong enough. The halted succession process had resumed its progress. Current progress, 92.5%. Your current status will be changed from half-dragon body to near-complete dragon body. 92.5%. Yi and Wu checked his now almost complete succession process and clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, it seemed that all of his painstaking effort had finally paid off. But on a second thought, he was surprised at the fact that the succession process was still incomplete despite the massive amount of energy he had absorbed. It seemed his understanding of dragon body was still lacking. He was getting very curious about how strong he would be when the succession process was completed. Yi and Wu then went ahead and checked his status window. Player, Yi and Wu Cha. Traits, cold-blooded, diamond physique. Strength, 121 dexterity, 133 health, 129 magic power, 208. Skills, draconic eyes 11.2%, sense strengthening 32.5%, foresight 0.0%, physical resistance 20.3%, combat will 10.5%, Batory's vampiric sword 9.5%, shunpo 19.5%, magic circuit 10.9%. Several parts of the status window had changed a lot since he last checked. All of the attribute points were over 120, and magic power, the stat that was lacking the most before, was now the highest of all 4. His skills had grown a lot too. This was accomplished through continuous battles and growth. Most surprising was that mana circuit, a skill he had acquired the day before, had grown by far the fastest in a single day. Yianwu quickly focused his senses on his mana circuit and tried to control mana. And then, whoosh, mana began to move at his will. Very softly and smoothly. It was a somewhat novel sensation. A very strange, but at the same time, very familiar feeling. It felt like he had grown a new body part he could control at will. Yianwu slowly gathered mana onto his hand. When he swung his hand, he noticed that movement was now much easier than before. Mana had also hardened his hand, making it rock solid. Mana is said to have a variety of uses depending on the user. Yianwu kept in mind he should do some experiments on the uses of mana. Now that he could control mana at will, he wanted to find a way to use it in combat. But what is this? While returning mana back to its original position, Yianwu realized his body seemed to have experienced a lot more changes than he expected. Not just the mana flowing through his body, but his body itself had gone through some changes too. My senses, they've gotten keener. Despite only making a slight movement, a huge amount of information poured into his head. The light was blinding, and the smells were paralyzing. Pain reverberated throughout his entire body. It was a similar sensation to when he first used sense strengthening. He tried to figure out what might have caused this change. It was unlikely to be a change due to simple physical strengthening. He considered the possibility of some of the energy from the Niden having seeped into his body. But what was interesting was that the feeling wasn't strange to him. Somehow, it was very familiar. Like Undine's goblet, while Yianwu was lost in a series of thoughts. Creak, the sound of the opening door brought him back to his senses. When Yianwu lifted his head, Galliard entered the room with a basket full of fruits. Are you up? Edit. Lol, hope nobody saw my fuck up. Chapter 43, 2 Hearts 1, Yianwu tried to get up from the bed to thank Galliard. You need to rest a little longer. It'll take some time for your senses to settle down. Senses. Yianwu realized that Galliard was the reason his senses had become much stronger. I've done something to your body if you haven't noticed. Galliard spoke as he placed the basket on the table. Yianwu narrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Let me guess. You did something to make your body stronger, right? And you needed me to protect you while you were out. Yes, I did. Galliard snorted at his answer with his arms folded. But you did it wrong. Yianwu's eyes glistened. Can you explain in detail? I saw Akasha's snake grow abnormally big. You took the Niden, right? And I bet you consumed something similar to the Niden before that. That was the snow ginseng. Yianwu nodded his head. You didn't even know if your body could handle one elixir. And you dared to take 2 at the same time. Galliard continued speaking as he clicked his tongue. I don't know if you thought you could handle it or you had something prepared, but the energy in your body was either going to explode or go out of control. Yianwu understood why Galliard said he had done something to his body. He must have thought Yianwu would end up dying if he hadn't settled the energy in his body. Apparently, Galliard was a well-known hunter within the Dark Elves tribes. Yianwu thought it wasn't strange at all for someone like him to have 1 or 2 secret skills. For now, I've got you covered. By the way, it was only possible because you had little mana in you, otherwise you would have been in big trouble. So, if you get your hands on several elixirs like today, don't you ever chug them down like you did this time. You're really gonna die unless you're something like a dragon. I did make a contract with a dragon. Yianwu almost said that out loud. You really didn't have to do that though. Yianwu desperately fought the urge to laugh. His body was fundamentally different from an ordinary player's. He not only had reinforced physique, but also had the succession process already underway. His body should have been enough to accommodate all the energies by itself. But Galliard couldn't have the slightest idea of what kind of body Yianwu had. Moreover, he was indebted to Yianwu for finding his long-lost pendant. He couldn't stand there and watch him die. Is that how this thing in the mana circuit was made? Yianwu then asked Galliard. So you modified my mana circuit to stop the mana from deviating, right? Galliard grumbled as if something bothered him. It's the same way I used to make Undine's goblet. Besides, I had to use the one you had to calm the deviation. Do you have any idea how much work that is? I appreciate it. Whoa, you're not getting off that easy, are you? I'll pay you back later when I get the chance. Like hell you will, but looking at you running your mouth off like that, I guess you're okay now. Galliard left the cottage leaving Yi and Wu to rest in the room. And just before closing the door, Galliard said in a small voice. Oh and, thank you. Galliard called his secret skill, Undine's divine water, Xian Shui. And he said he had applied the skill on his body, just like when making Undine's goblet. The human body can be used like Undine's goblet. I didn't know he could do that. But just as Undine's goblet was used to contain Akasha, he figured the human body, which was a vessel that could hold mana, could also be used that way. Still, it would take a lot more effort to make that work. Galliard said because there was too much mana deviating inside his body, he had to use the Undine's goblet Yi and Wu had. As a result, not only did he absorb mana much more easily during his sleep, but his body and senses had also been upgraded by more than one level. It was a stroke of good fortune. As soon as Yi and Wu got somewhat attuned to his senses, he came out of the cottage and started to stretch his body. Galliard came beside him and grumbled with an annoyed look. I told you, you'll need to rest at least 3 more days to heal up completely. Swish. Unless you have a great healing factor. Galliard ended up mumbling his words as he watched Yi and Wu freely running over the Rocky Mountains. He stared at Yi and Wu in bewilderment. How was that the movement of someone who just left his bed from a serious injury? Moreover, he was using Shunpo so well now. It looked like it was his skill from the very beginning. It wasn't just Galliard who was in for a shock. Is this what it feels like to conduct mana? Yi and Wu had never used mana properly until now. Even if he did, he used the least possible amount for casting his skills only. However, it was different now that he could handle his mana at will. All he did was to wrap mana around his legs, which made Shunpo incomparably better than before. With it, he could jump higher and run faster. Unlike the time when he had to climb up the mountain to get to Galliard's house, he now could get there with just a few jumps. His body was so light to the point that he almost felt weightless. However, it wasn't because there was a big growth in proficiency, after all he had only increased it by 1%. Maybe all the skills and movements I've known so far have been inefficient. From what he heard, most of the players in the tutorial knew how to handle mana. They said it's the minimum requirement for players to be able to achieve something in the tutorial. And the criterion for joining the ranks of the strong was also magic power. However, Yi and Wu hadn't been able to handle mana up until now. He did not know neither the concept nor the theory behind it. All he could do was walk the bumpy road, constantly working to build up his stats. And still, only relying on what he had, he advanced through the tutorial all the way to Section E, killed several boss monsters and became a match for other top rankers. All of that was done with a sheer physical strength. And now, he had mana. The fuel that he had been lacking until now. It was time for him to soar. Talk. Yi and Wu soon landed on the ground after doing some flips in the air. He didn't have to gasp for air even after that intense workout, with only tiny drops of sweat appearing on his forehead. He actually felt refreshed as if he had just gotten up and stretched. All the fatigue from lying on the bed seemed to have melted away. If there's this much improvement at 92%, how will my body change after completing the remaining 8%? Yi and Wu wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand as he examined his mana circuit again. A smile appeared on Yi and Wu's face. After he finished checking up his body, Yi and Wu opened the quest window to claim his reward. It was obvious that the more items he had, the better. I completed 2 quests before fainting, right? Resurrection Ceremony, the hidden quest, and Monster Outbreak, the sudden quest. The rewards for both quests had all been granted to him, as both had been cleared by Yi and Wu. Fortunately, nothing was lost because the rewards required the player to confirm the completion of the quest for them to materialize. Let's check the hidden quest first. The reward was covered with question marks in the quest window, so he had no idea what it was. The moment he pressed the Receive button, a black bracelet fell on Yi and Wu's palm. You have obtained S black bracelet as a reward. What is this? Why can't I see its name? A frown formed on Yi and Wu's brows. The artifact given as the reward was an old, simple-looking bracelet. Compared to good artifacts that usually had classy looks, this one was almost too crude. Besides, the aura radiating from the bracelet was that of a common ordinary artifact. Still, it was a reward from defeating Akasha's snake. Not losing hope, he tried identifying the item. Opening square bracket question mark single quote. S black bracelet. Classification. wrist guard, rating, description, a bracelet cherished by the owner of Akasha's snake. Akasha's snake always misses its great master, so it keeps the master's belonging in its stomach in hopes of his return. Soul bind, fixed chance of reaping the soul of the killed target. The reaped souls lose their memory and become corrupted, left with only deep resentment. Black blade, consumes the reaped souls and converts them into dark property energy. If imbued to a weapon, it will inflict curses upon hit. Ability locked, sealed. Ability locked, sealed. Ability locked, sealed. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. Some of the abilities are sealed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to lift the seals. Some information cannot be accessed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to view the information. If it's a unique artifact, it must have great abilities. Only if I can unlock them. The options embedded in Black Bracelet were quite peculiar even among unique artifacts. Soul bind and Black blade. So it reaps the soul of the killed target. Seems like someone had a bad taste. Even in death, the souls weren't allowed to rest in peace. Souls bound by this bracelet could only wait to be used as disposable tools. This kind of options were rarely seen in the tower. The original owner, was he a demon? He needed to find information about the previous owner in order to make proper use of this unique artifact, but the information was completely blocked. For now, it seemed impossible to bring out the whole power the artifact could offer. However, it doesn't matter. There was no need to be in a rush to know about the owner. The only thing that mattered was whether the artifact was useful or not. And he thought this artifact would come in handy. Of course, it was true that its abilities were quite disappointing for a unique artifact, compared to Batory's vampiric sword that can extract the target's stats and skills. Yin Wu, however, took note of the three sealed options. The real power of the Black Bracelet must lie in there. It could be the power of its original owner. He thought the inability to identify the rating must mean that the artifact was not yet fully open to him. An artifact like this was never easy to come by. Yin Wu opened the clasp of the bracelet and wore it on his right wrist. With a pleasant locking sound, Black Bracelet shrank down to just about the size of his wrist. And then, TSS's, a pitch-black aura rose from the bracelet and began to seep into his right arm. Yin Wu was startled by the sudden effect, but soon realized it was the process of recognizing the wearer. If something were to happen, he was confident he could force it to stop with mana. He felt the black aura flowing through his veins, permeating into the mana circuit and spreading across his entire body. At the same time, a black substance slowly smeared the white of his eyes. Then suddenly, previously unseen things began to appear in his sight. Under the influence of Black Bracelet, you have gained an ability to observe the world of the dead. The ability has merged with your skill, Draconic Eyes. Draconic Eyes, skill proficiency has increased. 13.5%. Yin Wu saw hazy figures floating in the air. The appearance of a rag doll with 3 holes cut out in place of their eyes and mouth. There were thousands of such things swirling around Yin Wu. Then suddenly, they stopped moving and turned their heads towards Yin Wu. It seemed that they noticed that he was seeing them. They started to growl and glare at Yin Wu. It was an obvious display of hostility. He felt their deep resentment lying beneath the belching aura, thought it didn't pose much of a threat. Yin Wu had a pretty good idea of who they were. They're the monsters I killed or those who were eaten by Akasha's snake. These monsters were all those who fell prey to Yin Wu's scheme. It wasn't surprising at all that they would hold a grudge against him and followed him even after death. Still, he didn't expect that so many ghosts were following him around. Have they been wandering around me all this time? I was lucky I didn't get cursed. But that didn't make Yin Wu flinch even a bit. Rather, he thought of it as a good opportunity. He obtained a new piece of equipment, and conveniently enough there were targets everywhere to test out his newly acquired ability. Yin Wu grabbed Karshina's dagger backward and fiercely swung at one of the souls. Feeling some sort of danger, it tried to move away from the dagger's trajectory. But it wasn't fast enough to avoid Yin Wu's slash, and ended up being cut down. The white soul soon scattered into a murky haze and got sucked into the black bracelet. Number of bound souls, 1. Then a small message window popped up on one side of his retina. Then, Yin Wu pumped mana into the black bracelet. And this time, he held Karshina's dagger pointing forward. It was to use Black Blade. Number of the bound souls, 0. The count went back down. Whoosh! Dark energy rimmed along the blade. Dark element mana. Yi and Wu's eyes gleamed at the sight. Along with the light element, the dark element was one of the rarest. Moreover, it was also a kind of buff that many players were looking for. Dark element could be used both as a buff to increase one's attack power or as a debuff to curse one's enemies. It was the element most specialized in offensive uses. To test its power, Yi and Wu poured a lot more mana into the dagger and made a full swing to his right. As soon as the dagger made a scratch on the rock, quackwa, not only did it split the rock in half, but the tree that was far behind the rock also blew up. This is more than I imagined. Yi and Wu felt delighted. It seemed that the dark energy was much stronger than he originally thought, as expected of an artifact used by Akasha's snake's master. To top it off, the rock and the tree started to decay from where the blade cut through. That was the curse followed by the attack. While Yi and Wu caressed the black bracelet, his eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. What would happen if he mixed the dark energy with other skills? Maybe. To try out his idea, Yi and Wu captured 5 more souls, and this time, he drew the dark energy to his hand instead of his weapon. The black haze converged and formed an orb. Then, Yi and Wu added another skill to the collected energy. Flame infusion. The moment the dark energy was combined with flame infusion, Kwang! A wild explosion occurred right in front of his eyes. An explosion that would easily blow up the head of an orc or a lizard man. Yi and Wu quickly cast Shunpo and retreated far from the blast range. When the explosion ended, a big scorch mark of 3 meters in radius was left on the ground, and a burnt smell tainted the air around it. The second Yi and Wu saw this, the corners of his mouth started to roll up. If only 5 souls could create an explosion this big. What if I turn all the souls into dark energy at once? Yi and Wu took a gulp while watching the thousands of souls surrounding him. Chapter 44, 2 Hearts 2, but after a while, Yi and Wu's expectations ended in disappointment. Contrary to his thoughts, there was a limit to the number of souls that could be bound to the artifact. Number of bound souls, 150. Is this the limit, or can it go over 150? Yi and Wu thought it was the latter one. As he continued capturing souls, he got the feeling the artifact was getting fuller. It was like the vessel was large, but it had several barriers inside blocking souls from entering. He could only guess that the barriers would disappear over time or that they would unlock once the seal was lifted. It wasn't the picture he wanted, but he wasn't disappointed. This will do. There were plenty of other ways to increase the power of the explosion. Yi and Wu gradually deactivated Draconic Eyes. He noticed that the souls had gone far away from him, as if they were afraid of being sucked into the black bracelet. But they didn't seem to be completely avoiding Yi and Wu. Rather, they were banding tightly together and following him around like a tail. Do other players also have souls following them? Yi and Wu took a look around Galliard, but he didn't seem to have any kind of soul following him. He didn't know whether he could only see souls that were following him or it was only him who had these souls around. But his interest ended right at that point. It looked like souls couldn't interfere physically or put a curse on him. If so, it was fine if he didn't pay attention to them. And next, Yi and Wu checked the rewards from Monster Outbreak. I had 4 rewards pending in the quest window. When he pressed the receive button, several messages started to pop up in succession. You have acquired the title, Monster Hunter. Your strength has increased by 10 points. Your dexterity has increased by 15 points. You have acquired, Goblin King's Eye. You have acquired, Monsters, 5-colored jewel. You have acquired 3,000 additional karma. 1 title and 2 artifacts. Yi and Wu quickly checked the title. Title, Monster Hunter. A title given to a player who has driven countless monsters into chaos. The owner of this title will inflict greater damage when hunting monsters. However, the monsters killed by the player possessing this title will turn into ghosts and follow the player even after their death. Effect, +10 strength, +15 dexterity, +15% chance of inflicting critical damage to monsters. Better chances of provoking monsters. So that's why, Yi and Wu was getting a vague idea as to why so many souls were following him. It seemed to be the penalty in exchange for granting such outstanding options. But of course, that wouldn't stop him from using the title. Next, Yi and Wu identified the remaining 2 artifacts. Both were jewelry-type artifacts. One was the eye of a monster. Lots of veins were sticking out on the surface of the eye as if it had just been cut out from its socket, its pupil staring back at Yi and Wu. And the other was a strange gem that shone in different colors depending on the angle from which it was viewed. Goblin King's Eye. Classification. Jewelry. Amulet. Rating. B. Description. An eye left by the Goblin King, Cranham. He left this eye so as to not lose track the enemy who killed him even after its death. Simply by wearing it, the player can be affected and various by the rancor of Cranham. If handled properly, it can be a good artifact. Enemy of the Goblin King. Cranham's eye will always turn towards the enemy who killed him. It will constantly give off its valor and rancor to prevent his enemy from being killed by others. Influenced by the artifact, the owner can emit a thick wave of aura and gain 10% increased attack power. The artifact will also keep watch for invisible attacks such as curses and poison, providing a 15% chance of blocking such effects. Monster's 5-colored jewel. Classification. Jewelry. Rating. C+. Description. Jewelry created by the feelings of enmity of 5 races of monsters: goblins, kobolds, gnolls, lizardmen, and orcs. Brings out and provides the wearer with one of the characteristics of 5 monsters. Feet of goblin. Will have faster feet. Ear of kobold. Will be able to hear smaller sounds. Nose of gnoll. Will be able to smell fainter odors. Eyes of lizardman. Will be able to see further into the distance. Hands of orc. Will gain stronger physical power. Why do I only get things like these? Yian Wu burst into laughter in spite of himself. It seemed that the impact the monster outbreak had on them must have been enormous. Because every single one of them had expressions like rancor, or enmity, in their description. Their options were mostly based on those emotions, making them well suited for Yian Wu. Excluding the unique items, Goblin King's Eye was in fact the best artifact available in the tutorial. It had a rating of B-. Considering the fact that the lowest grade of artifacts available in the tower was C, it was quite high. In addition, the artifact had the ability to protect its owner from curses and poison. Thanks to this, Yian Wu could now be shielded from attacks that he couldn't feel with his senses, especially those from a distance. And the thing he liked most about the Goblin King's Eye was the aura it emitted. It goes so well with the black bracelet. To state the obvious, negative emotions like rancor and magics like curse were effective in enhancing dark elemental power, meaning that he could increase his attack power with them. The same goes for the 5-colored jewel. It would be a little inconvenient to have to go through each option to disable one and select another option whenever he wanted to switch, but still, he liked the fact that he had obtained another way of enhancing his senses. The eyes, ears, and nose could support him when using sense strengthening, whereas the hands and feet could enhance shunpo. It's like everything was prepared just for me. Yian Wu couldn't stop his laughter from coming out of his mouth. But it was not unusual for this to happen. The system of the tower tended to give players things that would suit them as much as possible when handing out rewards. The larger the achievement players made, the greater such tendency got. It was a system designed to help players to enhance their characteristics. Yian Wu finished checking his rewards. He packed up the quest rewards and headed back towards Galliard's cottage. A chain, yes, anything that can be fastened will do. Galliard narrowed his eyes at the Yian Wu's sudden request, but soon gave a smile. Did you get something like a jewel or a rune as a reward? Something similar. I'm also a blacksmith, so I could help you make it into an artifact if you want, but you don't have much time left, do you? Yian Wu nodded gravely. Players usually preferred to get jewels or runes as quest rewards. The reason was because they were not only easy to carry, but could also be attached to their artifact as ornaments. They would have the same effect as wearing them, while reducing the hassle of actually wearing it. However, the combination required a blacksmith with metallurgy or alchemy skills, one with a high level of proficiency. If they were to be left to a poorly skilled blacksmith, the option could be lost, as was often the case, or in the worst-case scenario, both the material and the artifact could be destroyed. Moreover, Yian Wu could not immediately combine the jewelry with an artifact even though he met a somewhat skillful blacksmith named Galliard, because of a simple reason: he didn't have much time left in the tutorial. For the time being, Yian Wu had to convert it into a necklace or a bracelet in order to get its effects. If that's the case, wait here for a second. Galliard entered the warehouse and began to rummage through a pile of items. Soon, he came out holding something in his hand. It was a steel chain commonly used as necklace. It had a thorny part protruding right in the middle of the chain, presumably used to hold a jewel tightly onto the necklace. Take it. Galliard handed the necklace to Yian Wu. It can hold a jewel on that. Thank you. When Yian Wu asked the price, Galliard waved his hand in denial. It was rotting in the warehouse anyway. Just take it. Seriously, that is nothing compared to what you've done for me. Yin Wu once again expressed his gratitude and attached the Goblin King's eye to the steel chain. Strangely enough, the eye fit perfectly in the socket. Whoosh! When attached, the necklace gave off a red flash as a sign of completion. Yin Wu hung the necklace on his neck. At that moment, the eyeball fixed on the necklace came alive and rolled madly in every direction. It seemed to be trying to find Yin Wu. Galliard burst out laughing at the sight of a familiar eye. That's Cranham's eye, isn't it? Yes. That monster, as smart as he is, he would never let go of his enemies. But I've never seen his eye moving like that even after death. Yin Wu nodded his head along, as he hung Monster's 5-colored jewel on his belt with another small chain. Once I get inside the tower, I'll have to go there. Yin Wu looked back at Galliard as he grabbed his backpack currently packed with parts of Monsters. Thank you so much for your help. You're leaving now? Yes. You're going straight to Section F, then? Yin Wu silently nodded without saying a word. Well, you got everything there was left to get from this section, so I guess that would be the natural thing to do. Galliard gazed at Yin Wu with a strange look. It was something he had been feeling since the time Yin Wu had seen right through his shunpo, but he seemed to be a guy who refused to be normal with every fiber of his being. He couldn't tell who exactly, but this guy reminded him vaguely of someone he had known in the past. When Galliard saw his eyes showing behind the mask as white as the face of a ghost, one question arose in his head. What kind of past does this kid have? Galliard tried to take off Yin Wu's mask when he cured his body with Undine's goblet, but the mask didn't let go of his face. That must have been the option of the artifact. But Galliard didn't ask why Yin Wu was wearing such a weird mask. If he were to talk about weird, he knew he was by far the weirdest one by staying in the tutorial for several rounds. Each and every player who wishes to enter the tower had an unfortunate and regretful story. And such regret becomes their motivation, driving them to climb up the tower. However, it was a whole different story for players who have let go of their regrets like Galliard. Without their motivation, most of them didn't know what to do next. As for Galliard, because of all those years he spent looking for the lost pendant, he had already lost the desire to climb up the tower. And without someone to welcome him, he didn't feel the need to go back home. However, he also knew he couldn't stay in the tutorial forever wasting his time. But still, it was something he should think carefully about, so he decided to rest a little longer and take his time making his decision. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, take this. Quote. When Yin Wu turned back to see what Galliard was giving him, he saw a sword thrown towards his head. He quickly dodged by twisting his upper body and snatched the sword. A sword that was a meter long and as narrow as the length of a finger. The green thread tied into a unique knot at the end of its hilt made it look impressive. What is this? Remember the guy that came for you? It's the weapon he had with him. It's a pretty decent sword, and I thought it's a shame to let a good sword go to waste, so I brought it here. Use it if you want, and if not, just pack it up in your bag and sell it to the mysterious merchant. It'll make for a good trade. Yin Wu swung the sword a few times. Its blade was solid and very well balanced. Even he could tell it was a well-crafted sword. However, Yin Wu usually wielded swords with short blades that could be held on one hand just like daggers. A long sword like this had no use for him. But still, he considered packing it in his backpack to trade it later to the mysterious merchant as Galliard said. Then suddenly, Galliard asked a strange question. By the way, how did you get into a fight with Orangdan? Their base camps are right in front of Section F's entrance, they're gonna stir trouble for you when you get there. Yin Wu looked back at him, wondering what he was talking about. What do you mean Orangdan? Weren't you just fighting with Orangdan? But Galliard seemed even more startled at his answer. That green string on the sword, it's a symbol of Orangdan. Quote. At the moment, Yin Wu's eyes grew wide. So they weren't just a random group of scavengers, but players from Orangdan. From Cheonwado. All the pieces were finally falling into place. The scavenger syndicate that his brother had destroyed. The sudden appearance of Orangdan in the tutorial. A human farm with an organized system. And Conan Doyle, who left abruptly. If Orangdan was the force behind the scavengers, and they had been deceiving all the other players under the cover of justice. And if the reason Conan Doyle had left him was to stop this injustice. When Conan Doyle pushed him out of their group, he had known it wasn't on purpose. But the way he had to go was different from theirs, they ended up parting ways. At that time, He didn't know how big of a danger they would be in. He was sure Conan Doyle would be victorious against anyone who stood in their way. But the enemy they went to fight with turned out to be Orangdan. He didn't know how many players there were nor how strong they were. And behind Orangdan, there was Cheongwado, one of the top 8 clans in the tower. Could the two of them defeat an enemy as big as them? If Conan Doyle had destroyed Orangdan already, there would have been word of it all throughout Section E. But all this while, he hadn't heard anything about them. It must mean they lost their fight against Orangdan. And then, Yin Wu started to ponder about how much they meant to Yin Wu. Were they strangers or friends? Did he want to get involved or stay out? But the more he thought of them, the images of Khan's confident laughter and Doyle's always so sleepy yet sharp eyes kept appearing in his mind. What else could it mean when he couldn't take them out of his head? Besides, Hung, you've always been my hero. And I hope you don't lose yourself even when I'm gone. There were the words that his brother had left him in the diary. In the end, Yin Wu realized his answer was already set. Bastard. Unknown whether he was referring to Conan Doyle, to Orangdan, or to his brother. As he muttered to himself, Yin Wu rose from his seated position with a cold glow in his eyes. Chapter 45, 2 Hearts 3, There were 5 times I had a sword stuck in my heart. 3 belonged to the lords, 1 from my previous lover. The other one was from a person whom I believed was my friend. Though Conan Doyle were the biggest reason, they were definitely not the only reason as to why Yin Wu decided to destroy Orangdan. Yin Wu thought this could also be an opportunity to drain Cheongwado's power out. Cheongwado has built several human farms over the rounds of the tutorial, but why? In regards to efficiency, the human farm wasn't a good way to rob players. If their goal was to simply take the artifacts and tokens from the players, they could have relied on looting and plundering. So, why did they run several farms that are difficult to manage? And why rebuild themselves even after being wiped out by Arthea? There must be something. Yin Wu was sure there must be a reason for that. And that would be something that should never be exposed to the outside world. Something that could be used against them. If only he could find out what that was, and be lucky enough to snatch it away from them. The corners of Yin Wu's mouth were starting to turn up little by little. It'll be a weapon that can shake up Cheongwado. The top 8 clans, they were the ones who tore down Arthea and drove his brother to death. Moreover, Cheongwado was the clan where one of the guys who stabbed his brother in the heart had turned to. It was a little earlier than he expected, but he could finally embark on the path towards revenge. He made his decision and his goal was clear. Now, he had to make his preparations before starting a fight. There's no way I can measure Orangdan's combat power. But what's certain is that they are stronger than those who previously fought against Arthea. Arthea had escaped from several near-death situations when subjugating the Scavenger Syndicate. That's how persistent, strong and outnumbering the Scavenger Syndicate was. And the size of Orangdan right now was not any smaller, if not bigger than them. In addition, Cheongwado sends 1 to 5 players to manage Orangdan. They weren't just ordinary players but players who had proven their excellence in Cheongwado. The key was to know how skilled they were. It would be stupid to launch a frontal attack. I have to think, what advantages do I have that I can make use of against them? Yin Wu racked his brain for ideas. Since they have no information about the skills I use, they don't know exactly how good I am. Also, they could only make a rough estimate of my location. If I make sure to erase the traces I leave behind, they will no longer be able to locate me. And Orangdan was fixated on him, but they should have no idea that they had already been exposed. Though just once, he could also launch an ambush while the enemy had their guard down. Besides, Yin Wu was quick on his feet. Almost no one within the tutorial could catch up to the speed of his shunpo, not to mention his stealthiness. His senses were also of great help for pinpointing the enemy's position. And above all, Yin Wu had new weapons now. Diamond Physique and Mana Circuit. With these 2 things, he was already well above the average player in the tutorial. He was certain that he himself was already stronger than Arthea had been during their days in the tutorial. But that didn't mean he could let his guard down. That leaves me with hit-and-run tactics then. It was a tactic his troops used a lot back in the military. When aiming for an enemy camp, they would launch several guerrilla attacks, steadily wearing the enemies down. And when the enemy finally exposed a loophole in their defense, they would deal the final blow and destroy them. Once again, Yin Wu's brain spun fast. How much time do I have now? 88 hours 25 minutes and 48 seconds _63. That's about 3.5 days. It was enough time to rescue Conan Doyle, but if he let Orangdan off the hook with just that, they would most likely interfere with him during the remaining time of the tutorial. Once I pick a fight with them, I've got to completely finish them off and make sure to leave no survivors behind, so that Xianwado doesn't know who attacked them. What he was about to start was a war. In a war, one had to eradicate the enemies to make sure they couldn't make a comeback. Not only that, but Yi and Wu had not yet given up on claiming the first rank. To sum it up, Yi and Wu had to destroy Orangdan and pass through the remaining sections within little more than 3 days. Yi and Wu sorted out his plan step by step. A vague picture was being painted in his head. I'll have to dart in and out of their base camps and swamp them with ceaseless attacks. And when they show signs of exhaustion, it'll be their last. I'll destroy their base, their heads, and everything else until they cease to exist. A brief cold blaze shone from Yi and Wu's eyes. All of this will be done in 1 day. And that night, when Yi and Wu finished all necessary preparations, he paid a visit to Galliard to bid farewell. Galliard stared at the Yi and Wu and asked in a serious tone. Is it a war you're thinking of? There was no need to hide it from him. Yi and Wu nodded his head. How did you know? I was once a warrior that fought for his people. I was a fool who thought fighting was everything. And in you, my friend. Galliard continued as he raised one side of his lips. I see a great deal of myself. A small smile rested on his lips. Your looks, your actions, and even your atmosphere, all of them are from someone who is about to go to war. Well, actually you were like that ever since you first came to visit me here. Seems to me like you are a fighter in a battle against the world itself. Yi and Wu shut his mouth tight. But right now, it's gotten more pronounced. If I couldn't even see that, I might as well dig out my eyes. Then Galliard narrowed his eyes. So, do you need my help? If Galliard were to help him, things would be very easy. He was considered to have skills nearly equal to rankers in the tower. He might even be able to annihilate Orangdan all by himself. However, no, it's okay. Yi and Wu shook his head. Galliard's eyes were looking at him with interest. Why not? This is my war. Saving Conan Doyle wasn't the only goal he was trying to achieve through this war. The biggest purpose was to shake Xianwado, one of the enemies who hurt his brother. And confide such a task to someone else. Yi and Wu could never do that. This war had to be settled with his own hands. It was a commitment he had made to himself even before crossing through the gate to this world. It's gonna be hard. Nothing is easy in this world. Well, I guess you're right. Galliard nodded understandingly. After all, one's fight must be fought by oneself. Okay then, I wish you good luck. Yi and Wu nodded in response as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. After confirming his daggers were fastened to his belt, Yi and Wu left Galliard's cottage. It was the beginning of a new war. Did you find him? A subordinate standing in front of Bild bowed his head at the question. We still haven't found him yet. The whole section E was razed to the ground. What a walking disaster. Bild had to swallow his boiling anger. After an unexpected monster outbreak swept by, around 70% of Orangdan's main combatants were annihilated. He had lost contact with Team 1, whom he had fostered to be the leading force in Xianwado, and the scavenger syndicate, which he had reorganized so laboriously after its fall, had completely fallen apart. Not just that, but as all the other members of the Orangdan were swept away, Orangdan's entire network in the tutorial also evaporated along with them. Except for some hidden bases located in Section F and in the inner area, Orangdan was practically done for. What Bild had built over the past few years was blown away within a few days. And then, it was also a death sentence for Bild. By all means possible, I must rebuild Orangdan before the Isle gets word about this. Bild tried to calm down his heart that was thumping with tension. Originally, Bild had planned to rise to the top of Xianwado relying on his performance in Orangdan. In fact, he had been recently told by his master that there had been discussions about filling the vacancy for the owners of Yanwagak and Xianmajan. Along with word of Bild being mentioned to take that place. And his master repeatedly asked Bild to make sure and complete it. After its completion, his master could soar into higher ranks in Xianwado. Practically speaking, it was almost as if Bild was making his master into one of the 5 heads of Xianwado with his own hands. However, things had come down to this point. Contrary to Bild's wishes, now there were only about 3 days left until the tutorial ended. It meant that it was virtually impossible to rebuild Orangdan. Once the tutorial was over, the Isle would eventually find out about this, and Build wouldn't be able to avoid taking responsibility for poor his management. However, there was one way he could pull himself out of this crisis. To complete it. Is it possible? Build licked his lips several times at the boiling tension. It wasn't going to be easy to complete it. If it were, why would the progress be at only 60% despite having poured large sums of money and having ran several scavenger organizations and human farms over the past few years? And now, he had to finish the remaining 40% in just 3 days. It would be strange if it didn't break or go out of control. But as nervous as he was also somewhat confident about it. The reason why he hadn't been able to complete it was not just because of the difficulty of its process, but also because of the poor quality of the materials he had used, which were players and monsters. Build's expression sank deeply. For that to work, I will have to push all the top rankers into it. Build hadn't relied on such method up till now, because most of the top rankers had big clans behind their backs. He couldn't let the making of it be known even to the Isle. Because it had to remain hidden, he had been trying to pick out players whose disappearance wouldn't cause much trouble. But now that things have come to pass, Build was in no position to be choosy. Therefore, the first person he thought of as a sacrifice was presumably the cause of this situation, Kane. He wanted to make him pay for what he'd done. Judging by his route, we can only speculate he's in Section F. Then get your ass out, search every single corner of Section F and bring him here. Now. The subordinate wanted to ask him how should they find one person in the section that was as wide as the sea. But looking at Build's eyes spewing fire, no words came out from his mouth. If he were to say it was impossible, he would be dead that instant. Roger. The subordinate bowed his head and left the room. Build gritted his teeth as he stood up from his seat. For now, I'm gonna have to push in everything we've got. Build made his way to the human farm located in Orangdan's base. A sly grin appeared on his face as he thought of the two he had put in there just a few days ago. It was Bloodsword and Foxy Tail. Chapter 46. 2 Hearts 4. You have successfully cleared Section E as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 3,000 karma. You have acquired 2,000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. You have entered Section F. As the series of messages filled his retina, Yianwu realized he was in Section F. Nearly 1,000 tokens were still in his possession. The conversion of tokens to karma would happen once the tutorial ended or once he passed Section F. This place looks seriously deserted compared to Section E. Yianwu clicked his tongue as he looked around the current section. Compared to Section E where various types of environment existed, Section F was only a desolate field. There was nothing to be seen here. No forest, no monsters, no players. It was hard to determine where to go, as there was nothing that could serve as a landmark. Then, new messages appeared before his eyes. The challenge of Section F will begin. You have fallen in a random place within Section F where only a vast wilderness extends far and wide. In this place, nothing will be provided to determine your location or direction. Even food and water are unobtainable here. Survive and find your way to the exit. Yianwu gave a little snort as he read through the messages. Survival, is it? This is even worse than Section E. When my teammates and I first entered Section F, there was only one word that unanimously came out of our mouths. Fuck, how can they make a place like this in the tutorial? Even though Section E was full of fiendish problems, at least things were still easy to obtain there. We could get whatever we needed by supplying ourselves, or trading with other players. But in Section F, that wasn't possible at all. The area of this section was much wider than Section E, but there was nothing in it. There were no monsters, no trees, no forests, no water. So there was no place to get food or water. And the biggest problem was that it was almost impossible to trade items with, or even bump into other players in that section, as players who reached Section E were extremely rare. What would happen to people if they suddenly fell into this empty field? Most of them would go crazy. Even if they wanted to do something, there was nothing they could do except to wander about aimlessly. And in the end, they would die in vain, in this land of nothingness. No matter how good of a player one was, without food and drinking water, they would meet the same fate. If so, it would be better to conserve energy and find a place like a cave where they can lie down and wait for the tutorial to end. However, these characteristics were not necessarily bad for some. It's a perfect place for anyone who wants to hide themselves from the outside world, like Orangdan or the Scavenger Syndicate. For players, it was just another section where all they could do was to walk around, but for a clan with a sturdy backing like Orangdan, it could serve very well as a hideout. But little did they know, that the confidence they had about their cover, could actually end up being what strangled their neck. Their confidence will make them pay less attention to their defenses. With a cold smile on his lips, Yianwu began to strengthen his senses to their fullest extent. Finding a way within Section F was obviously a difficult task. However, he knew that the tower would never put players through an insurmountable challenge, and that there was a solution no matter how impossible it seemed. Yianwu lowered his posture and touched the ground. Then, he silently closed his eyes and directed all his focus down to the ground. The monster's five-colored jewel he hung on his waist also let out a brilliant glow. Ears of Kobold has been activated. Just like there was nothing above ground, barely anything could be felt underneath. All he felt was rock, another rock, soil, more soil, sand. And then, he heard a faint, trickling sound of groundwater flowing along the solid layer of rock. The stream was so weak it almost made him think it was stagnant. Moreover, as he remained focused on the ground, rumble, he once again heard a small trembling sound deep under the ground. Something was approaching the groundwater. It was a monster that had the shape of a mole. Its front legs were digging its way through the soil and its hind legs were pushing itself swiftly. Only, its leather was covered in what felt like hard scales. It was 2 meters in size. Spiny mole, the only creature that can be found in Section F. In order to get food and water in this section, players had to kill this monster and consume its flesh and blood. At least they could also find underground water using the monster as a guide and extract it. However, it was easier said than done. Because it lives so deep underground. It's a hard task to even draw them out to the surface in order to hunt them. The spiny moles hardly ever came out to the surface. It was also difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the mole as it moved 15 meters deep below the surface. But he couldn't give up on looking for a mole just because of that. Not only were they an important source of food, they'll also serve as a guide for me. The spiny moles usually lived in groups around the exit of Section F. This meant that the more frequent the sights of the moles were, the closer he was to the exit. And then, that's where Orangdan's hidden base must be located. Unless Orangdan got supplies from Cheonwado every time, their base had to be in a place where they can procure their own food and water. Yianwu followed the spiny mole moving slowly along the underground stream. Build placed his palm over a device installed next to the prison door. Then the device read Build's fingerprints and automatically opened the door. Inside were 2 men chained to the wall. Khan and Doyle. How are you holding up, Blood Sword and Foxy Tail? Build asked with a mocking laugh as he watched them hanging by the shackles. When he entered, Khan raised his head staring at Build. His face was looking very haggard from the long time of torture. Khan sneered at Build. Why are you back? Do you have anything left to say? Or you need something else to blackmail those old geezers? When Build had first subdued Khan and Doyle, he couldn't kill them like he wanted to. The people behind these two were prominent rankers in the tower. And if done well, they could also be used as good bargaining chips to bring them over to Cheonwado for the impending war. However, he had changed his mind now. At this time when he couldn't even see his way forward, it was more urgent to make his way out of the immediate danger. No, I'm here to tell you this. What? Build's eyes were full of malice. You will soon become the material for the stone. A stone. At that moment, Khan's face completely distorted. You crazy bastard. Khan didn't know exactly what the stone was, but he knew what it was made of. A substance made at the expense of the players caught by Orangdan and the scavengers, just like himself. It was the main product and the result of an abominable experiment. An experiment that should have never been conducted. Originally, we were going to slowly extract the energy out of your bodies, but unfortunately, we're in a hurry now. I'd say it's good news for you guys. 'Cause it's gonna end your pain right away. Build took a step back and gestured at his subordinates with his chin. It was the signal to start. Khan clenched his teeth as he watched the men approaching him and Doyle. It was okay if he were to die alone. It was the consequence of his impulsiveness. But he was distressed at the thought of Doyle having to die with him. He was a good kid who had been following him solely out of trust, but Khan had ended up leading him to a bad end. If possible, he wanted to set him free in exchange of his own life. But he was helpless and powerless. This is just like last time, I can't. In this irreversible situation, a painful memory from the past flashed through his mind. The men were reaching up to them. Khan gritted his teeth. There it is. After wandering from place to place following the spiny mole, Yian-Wu finally found the place he was looking for. A place that appeared to be no different from the wilderness of Section F. But, draconic eyes. The moment he looked through his enhanced eyes, a whole different scenery came into his view. Countless flaws were repeatedly being tangled and untangled in the sky above, and beyond the flaws dozens of buildings spread across the wide plain were revealed. It seemed the entire forest of buildings was concealed under a wide area invisibility magic. But even that couldn't fool Yian-Wu's draconic eyes. As he examined the composition of the magic, he swiftly dug into the gap between the flaws. Originally, there was an alarm that should have sounded when an intruder broke in. However, Yian-Wu could bypass the alarm thanks to his skills. When Yian-Wu sneaked inside Orangdan's base, the whole place was plunged in confusion as if they were in a state of emergency. There, he had seen several players busily running from one building to another. Fucking hell, of all time, why does it have to be now? Quit your whining and get back on your feet. We don't have much time left. The damage is too big. We'll be all dead if the Isle sends an inspector now. Damn it. Yian-Wu overheard their conversation while hiding behind the corner of a building and inferred about their current situation. They must be talking about the monster outbreak. Clearly, most of Orangdan's power and their information network were concentrated in Section E. The monster outbreak must have destroyed those along with Section E. What a windfall. It wasn't something he had meant to happen, but now that he had decided to go to war with Orangdan, he could definitely make good use of the current situation. Shall we start then? With a sneer on his face, Yian-Wu came out and blocked the way of two players. What the hell? Wait, I don't think I've ever seen him before. You, identify yours. Without knowing he was an intruder, the two tried to inquire Yian-Wu. However, the player had to stop before he could finish his sentence. Yian-Wu was already swinging Karshina's dagger with mana imbued on the blade. Swish. On contact, the mana created a big explosion. Quang. Like a massive tidal wave, everything in front of him was swept away by huge gusts of wind, including the two players and also the buildings. Rumble. The building suddenly trembled. What was that? Build raised his head up. Some crushed rocks poured down from the ceiling. This building was designed to withstand earthquakes. What's going on outside? The players who were about to take Khan and Doyle looked back at Build. Build's expression also turned into a frown. The moment he ordered a subordinate to check the outside. Quang. A door swung open and another one rushed in. Build. We've got a big problem. Someone has broken into our base again. What? Build answered with a stiff expression. Ever since Orangdan was established, it wasn't as if there hadn't been intruders before. Some had grudges against them, others smelled something fishy from them, and others just wanted to pick a fight. They all came for different reasons, but there had been at least one intruder in every round of the tutorial. Khan and Doyle were also one of them. And every single one of them had ended up becoming material for the stone. So normally, he shouldn't be worried no matter how strong the intruder was. But why now? Build's heart began to flutter with an incomprehensible tension. So he turned towards the subordinate and shouted out loud. Where is this intruder? Chapter 47, 2 Hearts 5. Ding ding. The sound of an emergency alarm echoed through Orangdan's base because of a single intruder that had dropped from the skies. Quaqua. Waves of mana swept through the surface, leaving only destruction behind. A series of piercing winds created by the explosions tossed the players hither and thither. A fire of unknown origin spread across the whole base and grew into a fiery inferno. Black ashes and white smoke surged every time the flaming tongues flicked. In an instant, Orangdan's base had turned into a madhouse. Stop him. Damn it, where the hell did he come from? The players of Orangdan struggled very hard to stop the intruder. They stood in formation, enhanced themselves with numerous buffs, and surrounded the intruder in an effort to subdue him. But the intruder was too strong. With every swing of his dagger, he produced a burst of mana, and with every stamp of his foot, the ground blew up and the explosions shattered their formations. He was a wolf, or more precisely, a lion slaughtering a flock of sheep. Die. A sword was approaching his neck. Feet of goblin. With the intruders, or Yian-Wu's command, the monsters, 5-colored jewel glowed red. At the same time, Yian-Wu's legs emitted a red glimmer and his feet grew lighter. He lightly lifted his body and skillfully avoided the attack. Yi Yanwu then grabbed his foe's forearm and spun inwards, narrowing the gap. Hands of Orc. This time, the jewel in his arms shone with a blue glimmer. His whole body was brimming with power. Crack! The opponent's arm snapped in an abnormal angle. Puck! Then he drew Karshina's dagger and stabbed his head, heart, and stomach in that order. Gurgle! A mixture of froth and blood came out from his mouth as he fell onto the ground. Yi Yanwu found it a little bothersome to have to change the monster's 5-colored jewel's function manually whenever he wanted to enhance different parts of his body during combat. Focusing one's attention onto such little things in the middle of brawl where everything happens so fast and nobody knows what kind of unexpected variable will appear. For others, it would be just throwing their lives away. But Yi Yanwu had a special skill called combat will. With his accelerated thought process, he could quickly make the right decision in regard to the function needed for each circumstance he was in. And once he was well versed in this cumbersome task, his combat style became something completely different. He activated Hands of Orc right when he struck an enemy, and quickly shifted back to Feet of Goblin to dodge the enemy's counterattack. Not just that, but he also mixed Ears of Kobold, Nose of Gnaw, and Eyes of Lizardman into his combat. And thanks to that, his attacks were more skillful and diverse. Among the several artifacts he had, nothing was as convenient as this jewel for combat situations like this brawl. However, the benefits of his artifacts did not just end there. Goblin King's eyes has detected danger around you. Hanging from a chain on his neck, Cranum's eye suddenly rolled around and spotted 3 presences approaching from his blind spot. As soon as he checked the message, Yi Yanwu quickly cast Feet of Goblin and jumped away from the spot. Right in the place where he stood, 3 swords pierced the now empty space. Thinking it would be the end of the intruder, the 3 players were seized with bewilderment. At that moment, Yi Yanwu once again activated Hands of Orc and swung Karshina's dagger. Number of bound souls, 115. At the same time, the number of souls bound in the black bracelet decreased. Whoosh! Black blade infused into Karshina's dagger released its energy with a burst upon contact. Quack! Kook! 2 had their heads flying off in the air, and 1 rolled on the floor clutching tightly onto his neck. The skill Black Blade had a sharpness that could easily cut through most armor. And those who were wounded by this attack were inflicted with curses that ate away at their bodies. The player who had collapsed while holding onto his neck tried to cure his wound with various skills, but he was unable to stop the bleeding. Soon, he dropped dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The players standing at the back started to back away with their faces pale. But Yi Yanwu didn't pay any attention to their actions. Rather, his attention was solely focused on the souls floating over the dead bodies. When he reached for the souls, they scattered like a drop of paint dissolving into water and soon seeped into the black bracelet. Number of bound souls, 118. He made sure to replenish the souls that were consumed with the use of Black Blade. It was a decision made to prevent the depletion of the souls bound in the bracelet. Of course, the replenishment speed wasn't as fast as the consumption speed. Still, it was enough for him to keep Black Blade going, and thanks to that, the enemies were so horrified by the effect that they would think twice before jumping in. They saw their friends being beheaded by some kind of black sword right in front of them. Nobody wanted to die like them. Talk, he's not human. Fuck, Yi Yanwu lightly flicked his finger towards the players running away from him. Quang, then an explosion occurred right next to their temples, blowing their heads off. It was a combination of skills he had tried when he first got the black bracelet. Black Blade and Flame Infusion. The soul count went down by 2, but he had killed 5 players with that attack. It was quite a profitable exchange. Quote! The players of Orangdan felt like they were ants caught in the death trap of an antlion. They could do nothing but to shudder in fear. Yi Yanwu, on the other hand, was on a rampage. Each time he swung his dagger, several players fell down one after another. There were some who rushed towards him with faces full of tears, and some who grouped up with others to outnumber him. In spite of their efforts, they were all killed by Yi Yanwu. I'm not leaving anyone alive. It was something he had resolved himself to do when he decided to fight Orangdan. Not simply because he wanted to erase all traces of him that could be used to link him to this case, but also because they were players who belonged to a clan that had a close relation to his brother's death. Quaqua. So wherever they ran off to, Yi Yanwu quickly caught up to them. Relying on his instincts, he dashed to the places where he felt their presences and wielded his dagger. From the outer part to the central part, Yi Yanwu was able to penetrate without any hindrance. Wherever he passed through, Only rubble of collapsed buildings, burning infernos, and corpses of players drenched in blood were left. The players could only retreat as they couldn't stop Yi and Wu. Quang quang. Gurgle. Frank. No. That's a monster. Why hasn't anybody come here? At this rate, we're all gonna die. Standing amid their destroyed base, Orangdan's players froze in fear. The ones who ran away ended up dying first. Looking at those players, Yi and Wu laughed indifferently. I'm full of energy. Far from being tired, Yi and Wu felt his body gradually growing more powerful. A big smile spread across his face. He thought he had been imagining it, but it was true. The more he fought, the more energetic he became. His body, enhanced by diamond physique, felt no thing such as fatigue. On the contrary, as if it was telling him that there were many things he hadn't experienced yet, his body was constantly showing off its new abilities. The same was true for mana circuit. The constant supply of mana was converted into the energy driving his body along with diamond physique. And when necessary, he could both amplify and reduce the mana input at will. With such, he didn't have to worry about an overload or a breakdown. Yi and Wu felt like he could do this all day long without a break. And the artifacts such as Black Bracelet, Monster's 5-colored jewel, and Goblin King's Eye did their job as auxiliary equipment. Whistle. The wind blew around Yi and Wu. The air waved with intense heat. Yi and Wu was aware that he had gotten stronger. But it was well above his expectations. With this power, with skills as powerful as these, I can do anything. Kung. Yi and Wu took one step forward. Thanks to his skills, he could revise his plan altogether. There's no need to stick with the hit-and-run strategy. I can just keep going like this and face them head-on. Then, I can devour them all. An intense light shot out from his eyes. Startled by his look, the other players took a few steps backwards. In their eyes, it was no different from a predator's eyes gleaming at the sight of its prey. How can he still be unfatigued? None of them had the guts to jump at Yi and Wu. When they had first heard there was only one intruder, they had regarded it as a trifling matter. But over 80 players had already died, and a lot of them had died without even leaving a corpse. They finally realized that they had walked into the depths of hell on their own feet. Yi and Wu took another step closer. If you're not coming to me. Unable to withstand Yi and Wu's aura, the players stepped farther back. Then I'll come to you now. Yi and Wu smiled coldly and bent his knees to get ready to dart forward. The players' faces turned even paler in horror. Yi and Wu's feet kicked the ground and stormed his way into the crowd of players. Swish! It was then, stop, when suddenly, a voice echoed like a thunderbolt across the sky. Yi and Wu stopped halfway and raised his head. A group of 10 players dropped down from the building across from Yi and Wu. Every single one of them seemed stronger than those he had fought so far. Especially the one at the front, he gave off dangerous aura undeniably stronger than that of all the other players present combined. The 2 swords hanging crossed on his back gave a very strong impression. It was Build, and the 9 players behind him were the players from the tower sent by Cheongwado. Finally, he's here. We're saved. Hope appeared on their faces for the first time. Build's eyes, however, were filled with only anger. So you're the White Mask. All this time, you've been hiding like a pesky little rat, and now you've finally decided to show your face. But do you have any idea where you are? Build saw the players' dead bodies and the debris of the collapsed buildings lying everywhere around him. The last bit of Orangdan's barely remaining power had been destroyed. There were only about 30 survivors left after the incident. Considering that there had been more than 100 people just before he left, more than 80 players had died in his brief absence. This was all done by only one player. From the beginning to the end. This was the culprit who had screwed up everything for Orangdan. Whoosh! A rush of intense aura blew around Build. It was an aura as hot and intense as the resentment he was feeling. And on the other side, Yi and Wu was looking at Build with a frown on his face. What is this familiarity I'm feeling? Clearly, he was a player dispatched to the tutorial by Cheongwado, a player Yi and Wu couldn't have met before in the tutorial. Therefore, he had been dealing with small fries up until now in order to draw a big fish like him out of their base. But even after achieving his goal, Yi and Wu couldn't make even a small smile. Because he experienced a strange déjà vu the moment he saw Build. He had memories of him, but Yi and Wu couldn't point out from when or where. His head tickled trying to search his memories. The energy he radiated, it was too familiar. I'd never forget someone with such a strong aura, but have I really seen him somewhere? At that moment, A phrase in his brother's diary flashed across his mind. There were 5 times I had a sword stuck in my heart. 3 belonged to the lords, 1 from my previous lover. The other one was from a person whom I believed was my friend. His brother had a friend he believed was the only person he could lean on when he was in danger. And his friend had a few players he called brothers, that he took along. Then, Yin Wu finally recalled the face of one of those brothers. He remembered the scene where this guy was standing next to his brother laughing at him as his brother collapsed with a dagger stuck in his heart. And Yin Wu soon recalled his name. Build. Yin Wu's eyes blazed with anger. How could he be here? Players rarely returned back to the tutorial once they started to climb up the tower. They had 99 floors ahead of them to climb, why would they go back to the place where they had suffered for a whole month? And as far as Yin Wu knew, Build was one of the players who focused on climbing the tower. Why is a player like him in the tutorial, and even in Orangdan? Just then, all the questions that had been lingering in his head became so clear. Orangdan, the scavengers, Cheonwado, human farm, the real purpose they had been hiding. And then, the identity of the guy behind Build. It wasn't perfect, but he could sketch the barest outline of their plan in his head. This place wasn't just another hideout of Cheonwado. Fire spewed out from Yin Wu's eyes. Leonte. He made this place in order to hide something from Cheonwado. Chapter 48, 2 Hearts 6, Leonte. He who was once his brother's most trusted friend had turned his back on his brother and stabbed a sword into his heart. In return, he was invited to Cheonwado as an executive. However, Leonte had always been dissatisfied with his position. What he wanted was the position of Wushan, the very head of Cheonwado. What if he still harbored such ambition? And what if Orangdan was the cover used to hide his plans? Everything seemed to make sense. Ha 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 ha. Yin Wu burst out laughing with his hands placed over his mask. He couldn't hold back his laughter at all. He laughed so hard even tears started to well up in his eyes. After all, he happened to find a lead to his target in such an unexpected place. Who would have thought that Orangdan was Leonte's creation? It was like finding a hidden treasure. Without knowing the reason behind his laughter, Build's face was distorted with anger. He couldn't understand how could Yin Wu laugh instead of being scared in front of him. You must have a death wish. Quaqua. The air began to stir as Build emitted his aura. The whole area shook violently. Orangdan's players collapsed onto the floor as they coughed up blood. Some looked up at Build with imploring eyes that begged him to stop. All of a sudden, Yin Wu stopped laughing and lowered his hands as if it never happened. Then he slashed in front of him with Karshina's dagger. Splash. At that moment, the aura that was pressuring the whole area vanished. Yin Wu had cut through the flaws. When Build saw this, the expression on his face quickly froze. Underneath the white mask, Yin Wu's eyes flashed like a couple of will-o-wisps. Stop acting so affected. If you want a fight, just come at me now. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would unexpectedly catch onto Leonte's tail. Build was one of the many sidekicks that Leonte had. If Yin Wu could subdue him now, he could put the screws on him to find out what had transferred following the memories from the diary up till now. Jung Wu, I think this will be the first gift I can give you. The look that Yin Wu showed towards Build changed. It was like that of a predator, hungry for food. Build's face burned with shame and rage. No one had ever looked at him like this. That attitude was supposed to be his. Crank. Yes, sir. One of the 9 players behind Build bowed his head. Send a signal to the Isle right now. Tell them that we have a weird guy that came to fight Orangdan. But the moment the player turned around to carry out his order, an explosion occurred right beside his head, smashing it into pieces like a watermelon. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. It was an unexpected attack. Build and the remaining 8 players looked at Yin Wu with their eyes wide open. Yin Wu gave a cold smirk as he lowered the left hand he had stretched towards the dead player. I already told you, stop being so snobbish and come fight me. And don't even think about running away. Build's face stiffened even more. An enemy capable of various attacks including both close and long-ranged ones. It was the most difficult type of enemy. In the end, Build admitted that he had to raise his awareness in view of how dangerous he was. He wasn't at the same level as Conan Doyle. Indeed, you didn't come attacking us without a trick or two up your sleeve. Fant and Adora, the siblings from the One-Horned tribe. The best players there were in this round of the tutorial. His level was equal to those 2 who were even feared by players already in the tower. This meant that even he had to go full out against him. Schwing. Build drew the two swords that were hanging on his back crossed. An austere ambiance permeated the air. Then I'll show you how useless those petty skills you've got are. Build gathered as much mana as he could as he propelled himself from the top of the building with unbelievable power. Quang! The building he was standing on collapsed from the impact. Build came down at an intense speed and wielded his swords at Yi and Wu. The wind surrounded his swords, making the blades sharper. It was his favorite skill, wind blade. Clang! Yi and Wu slanted Karshina's dagger upwards and parried the two swords. At the same time, he spun and dug underneath Build, taking his left hand to his waist and pulling out another dagger. Swish! The dagger held in reverse drew a horizontal line and darted upwards aiming for Build's throat. Build narrowly dodged the dagger by bending his body backwards. Then made a wide swing with his two swords and swept at Yi and Wu's lower body. The longer wind blade was used, the more layers of wind would stack over each other, making the skill increasingly more powerful. His attack left deep furrows on the ground, as if a large animal had clawed at the ground. Slash! But Yi and Wu dodged the attack by just lightly jumping off the ground. Then again, Yi and Wu twisted his body and aimed Karshina's dagger towards the top of Build's head. Build also lifted his swords vertically. The dagger and the two swords clashed once again. Quang! An immense shockwave created by the clash shook the two of them. The ground caved down, and clouds of dust spread from side to side. The surrounding area except for where the two were standing was filled with clouds of dust. It was a tense battle in which neither of the two were being pushed back. The players watching their fight took a big gulp. Cold sweat broke out from their tightly clenched fists. Yi and Wu also felt like he was really fighting, unlike when he was facing the other players who were hardly worth dealing with. A fight where their head could fall the moment they made a single slip. A fight where a minor mistake could result in a great defeat. His breath came in short gasps. His muscles heated up. His back was tightly strained from the tension. A rush of adrenaline made him feel like he was floating in the air. The feeling he got on his first mission in Africa. It felt like he was living that moment all over again. And it came to Yi and Wu with a sense of indescribable thrill. The thrill of a savage beast being freed from the depths of the abyss and rushing over the mountains showing off its teeth and claws. So Yi and Wu approached closer to Build. Closer and closer, as if he didn't care about getting wounded. Swish swish, clang clang. Therefore, Build's movements, which looked like flamboyant dance moves at the beginning, started to look hectic from some point on. All he could do was to match the speed of Yi and Wu's incessant attacks. And such truth, what is happening with, came as a great shock to Build. He was merely a player who had just joined the tutorial. He was supposed to be a small fry who had acquired his abilities just now. How can you be this strong? How? Build knew that this guy wouldn't be at the level of an ordinary player. He had assumed that he'd be at least at Fantanadora's level. But he didn't expect him to be this overwhelming. Build was a player who had already started to climb the tower. Although he had stopped climbing because he had become aware of his limit, he had climbed up to fairly high floors before quitting. But Yi and Wu was overpowering such a player. No, to be exact, it wasn't overpowering. When seen from an objective angle, there were still things Yi and Wu lacked. His skills hadn't reached their full potential due to the lack of proficiency. But what he had was the experience. He knew how to fight. Yi and Wu took a step closer, ignoring the risks. In order to unleash fiercer attacks, he chose to discard all defenses to constantly press against Build, bearing with the wounds on his arms and sides. Despite his whole body being covered in wounds, he didn't slow down his attacks. Rather, he was laughing as if he found the fight to be very amusing. I see, you don't know how to fight at all. What? Although, you seemed like a good fighter before. I guess you've gotten duller during your time with those newbies. The way he spoke sounded like he had known Build for a long time. Build just wanted to ask who the hell was he. But the moment he tried to speak, the words got stuck right inside his mouth. He saw the two eyes under the white mask, and the reflection of himself against those eyes. There, he found himself overcome with fear and dread. Quang! Build lifted his sword to the side like holding a shield and barely managed to fend off Yi and Wu's attack. The sword rang from the impact of the blow. The blade seemed to have received serious damage, and cracks appeared on the side of the sword. His hand holding the hilt trembled as if it were going to fall off. Or, maybe his hands were trembling not because of the attack, but because of fear. That's ridiculous. Build, feel fear against a player in the tutorial. But Build couldn't explain the reason why he was feeling this dark emotion squeezing his heart. Each swing of the dagger wielded by Yi and Wu felt like the explosion of a cannonball. It held power that could easily shatter a thick rock and speed that could hardly be caught with the naked eye. Now in Build's eyes, Yi and Wu was starting to appear like savage beast. A beast that had been pushing him towards the edge of a cliff. Swish! Yi and Wu moved once again. He gathered as much mana as possible. Jing! Mana circuit started to spin like crazy. A mixture of the mana that once existed within the snow ginseng and the Nidan of Akasha's snake was now being infused in Karshina's dagger. Kwang kwang. Build's body kept being pushed back by Yi and Wu's attacks. Kwang. His body bounced off one last time as he failed to block a blow. His left sword exploded into pieces, splattering the splinters all over the place. Among them, there were also bits of Build's severed left arm. Wuaik. Build fell off far away after rolling several times on the ground. Blood was gushing out from his left shoulder. As he tried to get up, he bent down several times to vomit out blood. His broken ribs left him short of breath. Red veins were visible in his eyes. The whole world looked like it was spinning in circles. The pain in his left shoulder spread across his whole body, making his remaining right arm shudder. Tap! Build heard Yi and Wu's footsteps approaching him. To him, it sounded louder than thunder. Protect Build. Stop! Just then, the 8 players who had been standing back rushed in to save Build. However, splash! Yi and Wu consumed several souls to create a black blade, and slashed his dagger in a diagonal line. A black energy traversed through the air across the field. Soon, the bodies of the 8 players dropped onto the floor with their upper and lower bodies separated. Flesh and blood splattered all over the place. Everyone around was left with a huge shock. No one dared to approach Yi and Wu anymore. No, their fear was far beyond that point. Overtaken by fear and dread, nobody on site could think of running away. And such a scene came as a greater fear for Build. Now in his eyes, Yi and Wu was no longer a beast. He was a demon approaching him with a sneer on his eyes. Fuck, Jay, just stop him. Don't let him approach me, goddammit. Build desperately screamed at the other players, ordering them to stop Yi and Wu from approaching. Then, there was a change in the players who had been shaking in fear. Their eyes rolled back as they revealed only the whites in their eyes. Their minds went blank, leaving behind what felt like an aura of madness. Whoosh! Puppet Mastery. It was a skill that allowed him to take control of other players that had been previously planted with a medium item specially created with the skill. Puppet Mastery was originally Leonte's innate skill. However, Build had formed a submission contract with Leonte, so he was able to borrow part of Leonte's skills. For a long time, Build had been secretly planting the medium items into the players who joined Orangdan in order to batten down the hatches. And this was the first time Build had used this skill. Unlike his master Leonte, Build's incomplete skill made it impossible to restore the players back to their normal state once he triggered it. But right now, he was in no condition to take things into consideration. He had to hold Yi and Wu back as much as possible. Krar, rar, dozens of players rushed towards Yi and Wu all together. Without their sentience, they only followed Build's order. In the meantime, Build managed to get up and started running the other way in order to get the weapon that could turn the tables. Stone, I need the stone right now. That will be enough to kill him. According to their plan, its power should have been offered to his master, who had been wanting to become the Wushan. But that didn't matter to Build right now. He needed that power right away. What to say to the owner was something he could think later once he had defeated the demon. Slash slash. Yi and Wu slaughtered the players, jumping at him like a swarm of zombies as he followed Build with his eyes. Wherever he went, that's where the secret that Leonte wanted to hide must be. And the place where Khan and Doyle are being imprisoned. Chapter 49, 2 Hearts 7, Gurgle. Yi and Wu pulled Karshina's dagger out of the neck of the last remaining player. Froth mixed with blood oozed out from his mouth until he collapsed onto the floor. The surrounding area was filled with corpses of the players who were controlled to attack Yi and Wu. With the annihilation of Orangdan in Section F, it was safe to say that Orangdan was practically destroyed. However, Orangdan still hasn't reached true annihilation yet. There was one person left to be killed. Build. Yi and Wu gently shook off the blood from the dagger and bent his steps towards the direction where Build had disappeared. Within his enhanced sensory organs, Yi and Wu felt Build rushing his way to a place that seemed like a basement warehouse. Yi and Wu lightly kicked the ground. Swish. Talk. Build stopped in front of a shabby warehouse located just at the edge of their base. Contrary to its dilapidated looks, the warehouse was locked under a combination of several magic circles and barriers, so only executives of Orangdan or higher positions were allowed to enter this secret place. Quickly, I don't have time for this. Build knew his puppets wouldn't hold Yi and Wu back for long, but at least they should be enough to buy him some time. If so, he had to get his hands on the stone as quickly as possible. Thankfully, he had faint recollections of Leonte talking about its uses. However, there was something that Build hadn't realized. While he was occupied getting the stone, Yi and Wu was already following right behind him. They're good at hiding places like these, aren't they? Yi and Wu clicked his tongue as he looked at a spiral staircase he discovered inside the warehouse. The staircase was so well hidden that if he hadn't intentionally let Build go, he would never have found it by himself. The staircase was leading deep under the ground. Yi and Wu carefully descended the stairs as he kept a fair distance from Build. Along his way down the stairs, he found a countless number of doors. Doors that he had no idea where they connected to. One thing, however, was certain. Beyond those doors, there must be something absolutely formidable. Then, Yi and Wu stood in front of an iron door. It looked unusually worn compared to the others. I sense people in here. He could feel the presence of people from the inside. The presence of two people. Yi and Wu looked down the stairs towards where Build was. This is the only way leading up to the surface. I should be able to catch him at any time. After finishing thinking, Yi and Wu opened the door without further delay. Creak. It seemed there wasn't a magical lock or anything else. The hinges let out a creaking sound as if they hadn't been oiled for a long time. Inside was a long narrow corridor. Metal bars lined up on both sides along the corridor, looking very much like a prison of some sort. The place stank of rotten bodies as if to prove there had been people locked up in there until recently. Bloodstains, nail scratches, and several other marks were seen at the place. Woo. Also, quite a lot of ghosts were hovering around the corridor. Even at a rough guess, they were at least thousands in number. Was this a human farm? Yi and Wu gritted his teeth. He did have the impression that it would be big, but its real size was way above his estimation. And when thinking of the doors he saw as he walked down the stairs, he couldn't even guess how many people had been caged up in this underground prison. He tried expanding his senses to cover a wider area, but he felt no particular survivors other than the two people deep inside the corridor. But what bothered him the most was that he was seeing signs of habitation inside several prisons. There must have been some kind of event that took place here not long ago. Yi and Wu's eyes sank deeply. In his eyes, there was a mixture of irritation and resentment. When he reached the deepest part of the corridor, Yi and Wu clearly saw it. The haggard look of Khan and Doyle tightly bound with chains to the walls. The only players locked up in the immense jail were Khan and Doyle. Fucking hell, what the hell's going on up there? Khan raised his head with an irritated face. Build and his minions had hurried away when they heard they had an intruder. Judging from their looks, something serious must have been happening outside. But since he couldn't just go out and see the situation outside, it was getting more and more frustrating for him. Still, there was one thing that he could guess. That the building they were in would soon collapse, because the whole building had been shaking wildly for some time now. I thought we were up to something very cool, but now, we're here locked in a cage watching the building collapse and waiting for it to bury us alive. How come we're so unlucky? Khan smirked as he shook his head. It was a sneer toward himself. You can't just put it like that. Then Doyle, who had been slouching next to him, slowly raised his head. Despite being hurt all over his body, his eyes were still looking sleepy. You're the one who's unlucky. But I'm not. I was just following you around and ended up like this. So what? Your luck is being stuck in here with me. If it is, that's just a rotten piece of luck. You're being sassy today, you know that. Well, there's something I've been meaning to do. If I'm gonna die, I'll die after I talk back to you. You're talking like you've always been an obedient brother. The two were busy squabbling at each other even on the verge of death. They were able to come all the way up to this point because they were so special to each other. Let's just stop fighting. We aren't getting anywhere anyway. By the way, what do you think Kane might be doing right now? Khan suddenly recalled a friend, or maybe not a friend, who had gone and defeated Hargan with them. Even though he was blunt, the three of them had really fit well together. Well, he was fine without us. I think he might be in Section G by now. Yeah, maybe. Khan let out a smirk as he continued talking. Ha, if I knew we would end up like this, I should have told him about that hidden piece. At least it wouldn't have gone to waste. Khan shook his head as he thought of the hidden piece he and Doyle had been wanting to get. The secret weapon that would let them catch up to the siblings. He couldn't help feel a little regret. But just then. You can tell me now. A familiar voice rang from above. Khan and Doyle raised their heads with looks filled with surprise. From the corridor shrouded in darkness, a white mask stood in a spot where light barely reached. It was Yi and Wu. How did you, Kane? Khan shouted in disbelief as he looked at Yi and Wu. Doyle's eyes grew big along with it. But without caring about their reactions. Shank. Creak. Yi and Wu easily sliced away the metal bars by slashing at their flaws and entered the prison. You guys look like crap. Yi and Wu grinned as he looked at them up and down. Khan had a complex mix of expressions on his face. Pleasure, confusion, remorse, and gratitude. But then, he quickly turned his head to the side. Last time they were together, he had been very harsh on Yi and Wu. He didn't want to show his weak side like this. Instead, Doyle spoke with teary eyes. How did you get here? Yi and Wu swung Karshina's dagger and severed the chains that had been restraining Khan and Doyle. Clank clank. Then he answered as he shattered the remaining mana shackles on their wrists. The scavengers kept bothering me. It turns out they were actually part of Orangdan. Yi and Wu said it as if he had just been passing by. Doyle opened his eyes wide but soon smiled timidly. He didn't ask about how he had found this place. Because he didn't need to. Khan broke his silence after watching Yi and Wu freeing them from the rest of the restraints. Thank you, really. If you really want to thank me, you can give me the hidden piece you mentioned earlier. God damn it, did you really have to make it into a deal? But I guess that's how you got to rip off the mysterious merchant. Despite his grumbling, there was a distinct smile on Khan's face. He knew it was only a joke to put them at ease. He was so blunt he would die before he could say nice words. Once all the restraints were gone, Khan tried to circulate mana. Every nerve of his body was screaming in pain, to the point that he started to wonder if he could make an escape in his current condition. He could tell for sure how messed up was his body, so he began to feel stuck and hopeless. After getting out of this prison, he would be nothing more than a burden to Yi and Wu. Doyle was slightly frowning as if he was thinking the same. So Khan made up his mind. He was going to tell Yi and Wu to leave them there. That he was already very grateful that he came to release them from the prison, and that they alone would find a mean to escape the place. However, as if Yi and Wu had read his mind, he gave out a slight snort. You don't have to worry about Orangdan. They're all gone now. Khan and Doyle were startled at Yi and Wu's remark. Orangdan is gone. What do you mean? For these two who didn't know about the monster outbreak and Yi and Wu's rampage, it was obvious to be bewildered. However, Yi and Wu only waved his hands at Khan's question as if he was too lazy to answer. Khan narrowed his eyes for a moment and soon let out a deep sigh. Once he showed that attitude, he wouldn't tell him easily. Only, Doyle was still smiling. You got them all, didn't you? Pretty much. Yi and Wu nodded calmly, but his answer ticked off Khan. Hey, you just answered his question, why did you ignore mine? Yi and Wu stared back at Khan, but once again, he answered with a snort. Ugh, Yi and Wu's cheeky attitude made him clench his trembling fists. How sad was to be powerless at times like this. But as he heard Yi and Wu's following words, startled, he quickly looked up. Although, Build is still alive. Wait, Build is alive. Flames shot from Khan's two eyes. Doyle's face also stiffened. Hold on a second, he didn't go down the stairs, did he? Yi and Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. As expected, it seemed like Build was hiding something below this building. You know what's down here? I don't know what exactly it is. But those bastards, they're making something out of lives of other players. Making something. Of all things that could be used to craft an artifact, the flesh and soul of players were said to be the most valuable materials that existed in the tower. Even in alchemy, transmuting with human bodies was one of the highest level of skills that existed. However, such acts were taboo even in the tower. It wasn't just because it was inhumane. It was because it was too dangerous. The whole tower could be placed in danger. But whatever was the artifact they were making, the cost had already reached the tens of thousands of lives. From start to finish, all they do is to cause trouble. Yi and Wu pulled Karshina's dagger back out as his clicked his tongue. Build was nothing more than a trapped rat. Now that he had saved Khan and Doyle, the only task left to do was to follow him downstairs and cut his throat. And he also wanted to see what they'd been trying to make so far. So Yi and Wu was going to tell the two of them to wait here. Just then, Yi and Wu realized that the ghosts had followed him. They kept circling around him. It seemed like they knew Yi and Wu was going to kill Build. They wanted to be part of it. Just when he was about to shoo them away, a great idea flashed across his mind. So, you guys want to be of help, am I correct? The ghosts cried out loud as if they were expressing agreement. One side of Yi and Wu's lips slightly curled upward. If so, you can help me on one condition. Care to hear? Chapter 50, 2 Hearts 8, the floor at the very bottom of the staircase. Build hurriedly barged into a room locked behind an iron door. Inside, was a room containing hundreds of glass tubes installed along the ceiling and walls. Build ran past the glass tubes and stood in front of a purple stone lying at the back of the room. Something was constantly being poured into the stone through the countless glass tubes. Something red, dark and very murky. It was the energy collected at the expense of the lives of countless players. Build and Leonte have been calling it quintessence for the past few years. And they've tried whatever means possible to produce more of this energy. Now, however, things were different. Build tore out all the glass tubes. The quintessence leaked out from the tubes and quickly evaporated, dyeing the air red. But none of that mattered to him. His mind was solely focused on the purple stone. Quiver. Build carefully picked up the purple stone with his trembling hand. How many years had he wasted making this stone? During that time, his old teammates had grown much stronger and climbed up to much higher floors. Build also wanted to follow his teammates' steps. But in the end, he had decided to put aside his desires and dedicate himself to his master. So that he could offer this power to his master and help him become the true king of this world. So that he could stand by his side and reign over the tower with absolute power. But now, Build changed his mind. He wanted to live, he wanted to survive from the demon that was chasing him. And to do so, he desperately needed this stone. The thing that had only brought despair, was now here to bring him hope. Build opened his mouth and swallowed the stone in one gulp. The stone being the size of a fist made it hard to put in his mouth. But now was not the time to care about such things. The stone was a pure concentration of quintessence that had gone through multiple purification and compression processes. His master had once told him that just by swallowing the stone, it would produce a huge amount of mana inside his body. He said that the result would be either one of the two. His body would change, or it would explode. But again, a complete stone would have no risk of causing an explosion. However, Build had no other choice but to hope that the stone would be close to its completion. So he gulped down and waited for the changes to happen in his body. However, what's going on? A look of bewilderment was visible in his face. He unmistakably felt the stone traveling down his throat and into his stomach, so something should have happened by now. But that was it. Nothing happened. Why is it not working? Build shouted out loud at the incomprehensible situation. Why isn't it happening? Did I miss anything? Build racked his brains over the problem. He wondered if he had made any mistakes, or if he had missed something when swallowing the stone. But nothing came to his mind. His mind went blank. He started to panic thinking that the demon should be just around the corner by now. Build pushed his finger into the back of his throat in order to throw up the stone. He was going to try swallowing the stone again and again until it worked. After a few gags, the stone came back out of his mouth. The stone was still emitting its capricious purple glow. Build drew his brows together and put the stone back into his mouth. But the stone did not give way this time. He had to vomit it back out to try swallowing it again. Build repeated the same process over and over again. The floor was completely soaked with his gastric juices. Why? Build was on the verge of losing his mind. Why the fuck isn't it working? Every time he vomited it out, the stone maintained its ominous purple hue. He could see the energy wriggling inside the stone. Still, the stone hadn't granted him the power. Like a rose that wouldn't allow itself to be picked, acting so aloof as if he didn't deserve to be its owner. And that's what drove Build more and more crazy. The thought that that demon could barge in from the door any minute now kept pushing him into a corner. But nothing changed. And then, creak, a dark shadow fell into the warehouse. Build's face turned blue as he quickly turned towards the source of the sound. There stood Yi and Wu, smiling coldly. So, this is the place you chose to run away from me. Build opened his mouth to scream out loud, however, no sound escaped from his mouth. His fear had become an invisible hand that was strangling him. Is that the stone you were trying to make? It doesn't look like anything. Something's not working out. Yi and Wu threw his gaze towards the purple stone Build was hugging tightly. Startled by his words, Build pushed the stone back into his mouth. But Yi and Wu didn't care about it. So many people were sacrificed all for that failure. Violet stone. Information unavailable. The stone was an item with no identifiable information. It wasn't clear if it was because the stone was incomplete, or if there was a problem with the making process. Whatever the case was, if the item was unidentifiable, it only meant one thing. It was unusable. Obviously, nothing would happen no matter how many times he put the stone into his mouth. Even when looking at it with draconic eyes, the purple stone was covered with flaws all over its surface. There were so many of them, the stone itself was hidden under the flaws. Usually, such items were classified as trash with F rating. A burst of hollow laughter escaped from his mouth. He couldn't believe Leonte spent so much time and money on such a useless piece of trash. Even if he held onto it to threaten him, it wouldn't come close to being his weakness. So Yi and Wu waited for Build to finish swallowing and then slowly moved towards him. Are you done eating? Ugh. Build began to cry. The stone still hadn't shown its effect. All his hopes were shattered to pieces. He stepped back away from Yi and Wu. He then tripped and fell on his behind, so he crawled away. In his mind, Build was screaming at Yi and Wu to stay away from him, but Yi and Wu gradually made his way towards him with cold eyes. Why? The demon's shadow hung over his throat. His stuffy throat barely let out a cracked voice. Why the hell? Once he managed to speak out some words, a flurry of them came out from his mouth. Why are you putting me through this torment? What did we even do to you? What is it that you hold against us, trying to sabotage us? Build hated Yi and Wu from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for him, everything would have worked out smoothly. His master would have gotten the stone, and Build would have had the authority he wanted. Only success would have been waiting ahead of him. If only he went on his way without intervening into their business. If only he were like other players. But Build didn't give the slightest thought to the fact that he himself had also tried to kill Yi and Wu many times. After all, humans tend to only recall what they had suffered, not what they had committed. Just then, sneer. Why, you ask? A faint sneer was heard from beneath the mask. You asked me, why? What kind of grudge I hold against you? Yi and Wu took his hand towards his mask. Well, I hope this suffices. Yi and Wu took off his mask. And his face was revealed. At that moment, Build's face turned deathly pale. An emotion beyond fear, an indescribable emotion overcame his whole body. It was a face that should no longer exist in this world. Yi and Wu spoke to Build with Jung Wu's face, with Jung Wu's eyes, and with Jung Wu's voice. You have no idea how much I've missed you guys. Quote exclamation mark quote. Build wanted to say something, but the fear choked him up and his voice didn't come out. He tried running away, but soon came to a dead end. Yi and Wu approached him holding Karshina's dagger in reverse. Its blade was shining as coldly as his smile. Ack! Soon, a shrill scream echoed along the staircase and throughout the building. For the first time, Build begged Yi and Wu to end his life. His body had fallen into a state where it was hard to call it human. The only things left unhurt were his head that served to recall memories and his mouth to utter words. Even if he was living, it didn't feel like it. He would rather die than to live like this. That's how much pain he was in. Yi and Wu asked a lot of questions, through his body. Build's mind was already devastated. Someone who should be lying dead had returned back to life. Such a traumatic experience left him aphasic. But the body was different. Except for his severed left arm, there were still many places left intact. When he kept poking around such places, his lost mind occasionally returned back to his body. And thanks to that, Yi and Wu was able to figure out a lot of things regarding the time after Jung Wu's death and after Arthea's disbandment. The tower had undergone a great change. There had been a transition of power, and the old members of Arthea had sought their own way to survive in various places. Each of them was able to get their hands on the things they wanted. As all the assailants do, they continued to live their usual lives even after what they did to Jung Wu. Even after they had destroyed someone's life. I see. This is just who you are. It was all in a day's work for you. He once thought that there could be someone, at least one of them, who might be feeling guilty for what they'd done. But it turned out none of them were. So Yi and Wu laughed with relief. Because he could go on a rampage without any worries. Place ease. A sudden voice from Build brought Yi and Wu back to his senses. Sneer, Yin Wu asked, looking at the lump of meat he was sitting on. So, do you want to die? Place ease. Ooh, what should I do? You know a tale about a green frog. A frog that does the opposite of what people ask for. I'm starting to see why he did that. Place ease. Oh, by the way, I've got a lot of friends who are just so desperate to see your face. Yin Wu gently waved his hands in the air. TSS's. A cloud of black mist formed from thin air and white ghosts began to appear one by one. Once they stopped appearing, there were already thousands of them. Originally bound to a human farm in the warehouse, the ghosts had been set free with Yin Wu's black bracelet. And all the ghosts were emitting dark auras like Yin Wu's black blade. Evil spirits. Through Yin Wu's black bracelet, they could be infused with dark energy and exert power onto the physical world. Those who met a tragic end as the material for the stone wanted to take revenge against their murderer, Build. And for that purpose, they willingly became servants of Yin Wu. And here, they could make their appearance in front of Build. Build let out a loud shriek. It was his last effort pleading to be put out of his misery. But his bitter cries were completely drowned out by the giggles of the ghosts. Creak slam. Yin Wu shut the iron gate as he walked out of the room, expecting it never to be opened again. Then, he began to climb up the spiral staircase. Clomp. Clomp. End of Volume 2. Thanks for reading. Geez, it's hard to get stuff done when your VPN doesn't want to work properly. On a tree far from Orangdan's base, Yin Wu was calmly looking down at the base. Patches of fog rose up all around the ruins, just like paint spreading in water. Over the dead bodies, above the collapsed ground, between the rubble of the destroyed buildings. It was proof that the evil spirits were returning back to the abyss. Yin Wu stretched out his hand and cast flame infusion, kindling a small fire on one corner. And then, quang quang, the fog started to explode as it caught on fire. Waves of inferno covered the whole area that was once Orangdan's base. The surface of the ground turned inside out, and pillars of flame shot up from the ground. It was blowing up everything related to Orangdan. Rumble. The explosions finally died down after a long time. Embers of cursed fire sparkled small flames here and there. Now, only traces of buildings among the charred land and barren ruins were there to tell that, once, the ruler of the tutorial was here, Orangdan. Thank you. We see rest now. Faint voices sounded from somewhere around him. Qua. Yin Wu looked up at the sky as he swept his head up with his hands. In a night sky shrouded in black ashes and white smoke. The moon was shining ever so brightly. Yin Wu went back to the ruins. It was to check if there was anything he missed from the last time he was there. The first thing that came into Yin Wu's view was a burnt corpse among the rubble of the buildings. There were traces of him trying to crawl out of the building. Although the corpse was burnt to the point that it was almost unrecognizable, he knew at first glance that this was Build. Last time I saw you, you begged me to end your life. But in the end, you still tried to escape in order to survive, didn't you? Yin Wu laughed at how ironic the situation sounded. After all, humans were just erratic beings who could frequently change their minds, even several times a day. Yin Wu expanded his senses to their fullest extent and scanned every corner of the ruins. He meticulously searched to see if there were any survivors left underneath. To his relief, he sensed no sign of living things. It was hard to even find a rat because of the firestorm. It would be weird if anything survived such fierce explosions. This was the complete destruction of Orangdan. But just when Yin Wu turned away, he heard something shift between the ashes. Burnt ashes of Build's corpse were crumbling apart in the breeze. And in that spot, there was a purple stone. The stone was still emitting a capricious glow. No, it was shining more brightly than when he saw it in the basement. Didn't the explosion blow it up? It was quite sturdy for a stone. He thought it would blow up with the explosion, and he came back just to check. But for a complete failure, the stone seemed to have been made much harder and more elaborate than what he thought. Whatever the case was, he couldn't let the stone just sit there, so he decided to pick it up and dispose of it once he figured out a way. A stone containing hundreds of thousands of souls and flesh. Maybe it wasn't a failure but was just incomplete. There might be a way to make it complete. For a moment, Yin Wu thought about taking the stone for himself. But no matter how much he craved for power, he didn't want to borrow powers from such a sick item. At least I should never do things that would embarrass Jung Wu. But the moment he reached out his hands, whoosh! The purple stone burst into a blaze of blinding light. TSS's. And soon, it melted into Yin Wu's hands. He felt something he had never felt before. Yi and Wu tried to retract his hand in surprise, but strangely, his body seemed to be disobeying his orders. The purple liquid seeped into his skin through his pores. He felt the liquid squirm through his body's blood vessels, and flow into his heart. It was like a swarm of ants crawling around his body. Yi and Wu wanted to push out the liquid with mana, but his mana circuit didn't budge an inch. He could only stand still and watch until the purple liquid fully settled down inside his body. The liquid coiled itself spinning next to his heart. Then it came together forming an orb, and it became smaller, the size of a small bead. Pa! Yi and Wu was freed from the invisible bondage only after the stone was completed. He then scrutinized the stone, seated next to his heart with a stern look. What is this? Thump, thump. The stone was beating like a normal heart. But the feeling was totally foreign to him. He tried to steer mana to push away the stone, however, mana just circled around the stone protecting it from being pushed away. The stone was working so naturally as if it had always been part of his mana circuit. Yi and Wu knitted his brows. He usually got stressed out by psychological pressure from situations he could not control. The same was true this time. It felt too icky that such an unexpected, unpleasant power had settled in his body. Besides, he had zero information about what effect it had. Still, he tried to focus all his senses on the stone. Thankfully, he had access to more information than he did before. Stone of classification, rating, description. Ability locked, sealed. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower. However, everything about this artifact is under wraps. This artifact is yet to be completed. Complete the artifact to have access to the locked information. Is this all I can find out? Yi and Wu clicked his tongue as he read down the item information window. Most of its information was unavailable. But still, it was enough to clear some things up for him. That the stone wasn't defective but was actually incomplete, that it would take more materials to complete it, and that it would only be sitting next to his heart without any ability or effect before its completion. Yi and Wu shook his head. Even if he kept thinking about the stone, there was nothing else he could find out for now. Plus, it wasn't like he was going to complete the stone either. I guess I'll have to let it be. He could leave it until he found a way to take it out. It was okay as long as it didn't harm him. So, was that all? Yi and Wu gave a final look around the ruins and then took off from the place. Everything there was already taken care of. And that's how the longest and the fiercest day he had ever had in the tutorial had come to a close. With his mask back on, Yi and Wu headed to a place not too far away from the ruins. It was the place where Khan and Doyle had evacuated. You can come on out now. Khan and Doyle walked out from behind the mound of rocks. Grin. Khan broke into a broad smile. I feel this all the time, but everything you do is just on a different scale. What do you mean? It means you've created one hell of a mess, dude. I'm starting to wonder, what did they do to you to bust up a whole clan? Yi and Wu lightly shrugged without an answer. The same attitude he showed when he saved them. Khan griped at his behavior. Great, you and your mysteriousness again. Then, Doyle asked. Oh, then what about Bill? He's dead. That's good to hear. Doyle looked at him with a timid smile of relief. But unlike the smiling mouth, his eyes were as cold as ice. He wanted to get rid of such villain with his own hands. It was a little regretful he couldn't do so. But he still kept the ember burning in his heart. The ember of revenge against Cheonwado. Unlike last time in Hargan's lair, however, Doyle tried to keep calm. Therefore, he engraved his anger deep in his heart. Courage without power is nothing more than mere temerity. It was a lesson he learned from this incident. If he wanted to dispense justice, he must grow even more powerful. Powerful enough that no one would ever think of touching him. As if having seen inside Doyle's head, Khan sat down plump on the ground and said out loud. Well, all the bastards are gone, and the end is right around the corner. But fuck, my body is like shit now. I just walked a little and I'm already feeling all dizzy. The sudden voice brought Doyle back from his maze of deep thoughts. In fact, their bodies were at the brink of collapse because they both hadn't eaten properly for days, and had injuries all over their bodies that were yet to be treated. It was quite surprising that they could walk around like this. Doyle, I guess we're done here, don't you think? Doyle realized Khan's intention and replied with a nod. Yeah, I think you're right, it's so frustrating to admit after all we've been through. And as the tension disappeared, they felt a sudden rush of fatigue. Khan frowned as he scratched the back of his head, and soon swiveled around to look at Yi and Wu with a seemingly determined face. Kane, where's your next destination? Section G, right. Yi and Wu nodded lightly. Yes, if possible, then take this. Quote. Yi and Wu unintentionally caught a sack Khan suddenly threw. And his eyes grew bigger when he opened up the sack. Inside were Hargan's crown and a countless number of tokens. That's all we've scraped up in the tutorial. Doyle nodded next to him. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. If you're trying to pay the price, take it back because I don't need it. Yi and Wu did like rewards. But he didn't want to take it away from others, at least not from them and not like this. But Khan shook his head. I think you got us wrong. Then what is this? We're giving up on the tutorial. Chapter 52. End 2. What? It was an unexpected remark. Yi and Wu's eyes grew slightly bigger. But Khan shrugged his shoulders as if asking what was so surprising about it. While you were out there wrecking havoc, Doyle and we had a serious conversation. We can't go to Section G like this. We'd just be eaten alive by those who've been watching thirstily for a chance to get us. Doyle then spoke right after Khan. So we've decided to give up on this round and aim for the next one. Besides, there's no point if we can't be the first and second ranks. Yi and Wu nodded at their answer. Those who clear the tutorial ranking first are given a handsome amount of rewards. It was the reason why Yi and Wu tried so hard to acquire as much karma as possible. But it seemed like Khan and Doyle were also after that. At the same time, however, a question occurred to him. But do we get a chance to retry the tutorial? You didn't know that. There are quite a few players who try over and over again until they finally qualify to enter the tower. Doyle had an innocent look on his face, as if stating the obvious. Yi and Wu was lost for words. His brother hadn't mentioned anything about this kind of rule. So all this time, Yi and Wu had thought that players only got one chance to pass the tutorial. You asshole. So it turned out that Yi and Wu had been going through a lot of unnecessary troubles. However, smirk. It was fun though. He didn't feel any regret. There was no set time or interval at which the tutorial opened its gates. Thus leading people to say that the tutorial opens whenever the tower wants to. So no one knew for how long they would have to wait if they gave up. I've met some nice guys, and I also got billed. Below his mask, Yi and Wu's eyes were drawing two arcs. So, you want me to take this? It's better to give them to someone. Otherwise, we'd have to throw it away, right? Besides, Khan replied as he turned up the corners of his mouth. I think you could give Fant and Adora a slap in their faces. Hoo. Doyle clicked his tongue next to him. You know, hung. What? You looked really hideous just now. Shut up, you idiot. You're just making him do it just because you can't do it for yourself. You seriously have an issue. Come on, man, it wrenches my gut to think about them. Yi and Wu's eyes glimmered as he watched the two of them squabbling. Fant and Adora, the names that had appeared repeatedly throughout the tutorial since he first checked the tutorial ranking. And the names of the players whom I must defeat in Section G. They were strong enough to kill Akasha's snake by themselves. Fant and Adora, who are they? Them. Khan thought for a moment how to answer and soon replied with one word. Monsters. Khan, who was usually very playful, had a very serious look on his face. I tried so hard to surpass them, but I was unable to. Yi and Wu could see a sense of inferiority in Khan's eyes. He couldn't tell how strong the two of them were just by his description. As far as he knew, Khan was also a very skilled player. It almost felt like he didn't belong in the tutorial. But being such a player, he described Fant and Adora as monsters, to the point that it even made him feel inferior to them. How skilled could they be? Khan lifted one side of his lips. So take this, and take the first rank. Then, we can at least say we helped you win the first place, you know. How good does that sound? Damn. Yi and Wu couldn't hold back his laughter as he watched Khan stealing the show all by himself. Then he grabbed the pouch Khan was handing him. All right, I'll do my best, on behalf of you two. Yes, this is what I've always wanted. The loyalty of men sprouting in the midst of a competition, the friendship, and the sportsmanship. This is exactly the picture I was hoping for. You've gotta be kidding me. Khan raised his middle finger towards Doyle, who kept trying to pick a fight with him, and then said to Yi and Wu. Give it your all, bro. Yi and Wu stood up as he nodded his head. Then he took out Hargan's crown from the pouch and put it on his head. A white mask with a crown on it. Yi and Wu looked a little silly with those two items put together. Khan and Doyle burst out laughing, and Yi and Wu laughed along. It might look funny, but he now felt more encouraged than ever. And after a good laugh, Yi and Wu turned around. One last section, within 2 days remaining. The end was near. He needed to rush because the timer was quickly counting down even now. 28 hours 43 minutes and 11 seconds underscore 90. 20 hours 2 minutes and 33 seconds underscore 76. The hidden piece requiring Hargan's crown was hidden deep under the ground, in the lair of the spiny moles. Yi and Wu descended down the lair as Khan told him to, and fought off every single spiny mole inside the lair. Finally, he was faced with the boss monster in the final room. 15 hours 55 minutes and 41 seconds underscore 82. He was a strong monster. Almost as strong as Akasha's snake. Had it not been for Hargan's crown, he might have been buried under the lair or eaten by the boss monster. But Yi and Wu managed to defeat him after a long fight. Kung, at last, he was able to get his hands on the hidden piece lying in section F. Yi and Wu pulled out the sword that was stuck in a large rock. Vigrid, the hidden card that Khan and Doyle had thought of using to surpass Fant and Adora. Then, Yi and Wu walked across the border leading to the final section as he hung the sword on his back. 12 hours 1 minute and 38 seconds underscore 26. It was just a half day before the tutorial ended. Oh, aren't you a greedy one? Akasha's snake, Orangdan, and now you have your hands on Vigrid. Yvilk clapped his hands as he watched the screen in front of him. A player who hoarded almost all of the hidden pieces as if had known everything about them beforehand, and in the end had blown Orangdan away. The more he saw him, the more amazed he was. He was starting to wonder how could a player like that exist. Yvilk was dying to know what kind of show would he put up with only 12 hours remaining. He felt his heart beating like crazy. And this kind of performance will become even more interesting when I'm the only one who knows about it. Yvilk tapped the air and quickly assigned the detailed records of Yi and Wu under, first class, restrictions. Even amongst the Guardians, only the highest officers could access information under such a high level of security lock. Yvilk had been told that recently there had been some Guardians who had abandoned their duties of maintaining neutrality and were engaging in private deals with players. Information like this had to be sealed tightly to prevent any problems. After Yvilk blocked off all the access, he leaned his chin against his clasped hands. His 2 eyes were still fixed on the screen. You have successfully cleared Section F as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 3,000 karma. You have acquired 2,000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. You have entered Section G, the last section of the tutorial. Whoosh! When Yi and Wu stepped into Section G, he was enveloped by a pool of light. As the light faded away, Yi and Wu realized he was standing on a marble structure floating midair. Starting from the structure he was standing, there were floating steps leading upwards. And up in the sky where the steps ended, he felt a vast amount of aura raging over a stage on a large cloud. Kwang! He didn't know what was going on there, but it was plain enough to know that there were several strong players fighting up on the stage. That place was the last stage of Section G. I'm finally here now. Yi and Wu began to climb the steps. At that moment, a new message popped up in front of him. The challenge of Section G will begin. You have successfully passed through 6 sections and made your best effort to meet the qualifications to enter the tower. However, the tower still requires you to gain more achievements and karma. Here, in Section G, you will have to fight other players on the provided stage. You will be allowed to take others' karma points once they are defeated. Face as many players as you can, build up your karma points to prove your qualifications. The final rewards will be given according to your rank and the karma points you have collected. The task of Section G was very simple. Just like what the messages had said, players who made it this far had already fully proved themselves to be great players. But that wasn't enough for the participants who wished to become a god. In order to be a god, one must be superior than their peers and cannot let their growth stagnate. If fighting was optional in Section E and F, in Section G it was almost mandatory. A place where the top rankers come together to fight against each other. Naturally, tension would build up between players. To put it shortly, Section G was a battle royale with a winner-takes-all system. Because of this, the competition among the players gets really fierce, to the point where situations like lower-ranking players joining forces to bring down higher-ranking players happen very often. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's only a total carnage in Section G. Because if one gets exhausted after fighting against other players, they would soon get ambushed and end up losing their karma. To sum it all up, Section G is a brawl where players have to both fight others to gain more karma and remain extremely alert to avoid losing it. His brother described Section G with 2 words. A battle royale and a brawl, was it? A place where only the highest-ranking players participate in a free-for-all battle. But the rankings change so frequently in this section that players can aim for a final turnaround. Talk. As he trod on the last step, a large open stage emerged in front of his eyes. At that moment, all the players around the edge of the stage turned their heads towards Yin Wu. What? Who the hell is he? I thought it would be Bloodsword and Foxy Tail. I didn't expect a weirdo to show up. Someone said they gave up on the tutorial. Maybe it's true. Well, that's gonna clear up sooner or later, so let's not talk about that. Anyway, it doesn't look like he's anything special, showing up so late. There were approximately 70 players standing on the stage. Of them, about 50 were in the middle of a battle, and the remaining 20 stood in the safety zones at the edge of the stage as if they were injured or abstaining from battle. The people who showed interest in the sudden appearance of Yin Wu were those in the safe zones. The stage of Section G can be roughly divided into 2 parts. The outer safety zone where players can take a rest and organize their thoughts. And the inner battle zone where players fight for karma. Players outside the battle zone were those who had already settled with their current rank. Their words were beneath Yin Wu's notice. So Yin Wu didn't pay attention to what they said. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the battle zone to have a look at the situation. Kung, oh, you've got time to look away, don't you? Was I that boring? I'm sorry if I was. Oohaha. When Yin Wu looked at the battle, it a rather strange scene. It seemed like 1 male and 1 female player were fighting against the whole crowd of 50 players. Or, to be exact, the woman was only standing at the back with her arms folded, and the man was pressing on the other 50 players in front of the woman as to protect her. Only with sheer aura. Goo, monster. What the hell? How is that a player in the tutorial? It doesn't make sense. Despite the fact that the 2 players surrounded were vastly outnumbered, the players surrounding them could barely stand in the storm of aura that was raging like a typhoon. They clenched their teeth, gathered strength in their lower bodies, and tried desperately to not fall down. But the man found their appearances ridiculous and he broke out in laughter. He laughed so loud that the sound seemed to resonate throughout the whole stage. Hair with a violet hue, eyes with a golden glow. His canine teeth were slightly poking out of his lower lip. He had a very sturdy-looking physique that was likely to exceed 2 meters in size. His clothes were also quite unusual. Players often wore armor to protect their bodies, but the man was wearing some kind of uncomfortable-looking ancient martial robe. But the most noticeable thing was the horn that stuck out from his right temple. One-horned tribe. Among the various demi-human races present in the tower, they were called the embodiment of martial arts itself. The man had already set the whole stage under his feet, just by releasing his aura. Yin Wu already knew who the man was. Fant. The second place of the tutorial rankings. A wall that Khan and Doyle had tried so hard to jump over. Such man took a step forward. Cooing. Chapter 53. End 3. Despite being just a simple stomp, the sound echoed like a rolling thunder. Overwhelmed by Fante's aura, the players had to back away a little. The pressure even made some of the weaker players turn pale. It was only a few hours ago that they had agreed to join forces to knock the 2 of them out of the battle. But as things turned out, none of them could even get close to the 2 people. The force that Fant emitted was much greater than they had expected. No, maybe the information they originally had was actually correct. However, that was before the tutorial. Fant and Adora had gotten much stronger during the tutorial. Those 2, who to begin with were already monsters, had become even greater monsters. What are you doing? Didn't you guys want my karma? Then come and get it. Don't just stand there, because if you do. Fante's 2 canine teeth were revealed as he grinned savagely. It looked almost like a ferocious predator getting ready to hunt for prey. I'm coming to you, Kwong. Fant leapt forward as he kicked off the ground. His speed was almost as fast as a bullet. Damn it, don't let him get close. Even under panic, the players moved in perfect sync. All sorts of dazzling effects glittered over their heads as they cast skill after skill. Different kinds of magic circles overlapped with each other on the ground, providing several buffs to the coalition of the players. Players wearing heavy armor or carrying shields stepped to the front to block Fante's attack. And then, there was a clash. Rumble. Fante's level of skill was something Yi Wu had never seen before. Every time he swung his fist, the atmosphere was torn apart, producing thunderous sounds, and the air swept through where his fists passed by, making the earth shake repeatedly. Players were like candles in the wind in the face of his attacks. Even if they were putting up relatively well, it was only relative. Fant pierced, smashed, and trampled several times the barriers that the players built. The players' barriers shook with a stomp of his foot, and a number of players were blown away with a swing of his punch. Quang quang. Fante's aura amplified with every explosion he created, further adding to the pressure that the players around were facing. It seemed like it wouldn't take much longer for all the players to collapse. Above all, Fant was enjoying the fight, as if it was part of a game. He's strong. I can see how they could kill Akasha's snake. Yi Wu recalled the carcass of Akasha's snake that he saw in Section E. They had taken the Nidin, thus his power should be far greater than their original estimation. Did they really think they could kill this guy? That's impossible. The gap is too big. Over the fighting zone, Fant was dominating the whole stage. There were only two people who were out of his influence. One was a tall man standing in the backlines issuing orders as if he was the commander. He had 3 different sized swords next to his waist. Yi Wu noticed there was some kind of energy flowing out from him that traversed through Fante's aura and into the other players. It seemed like the energy was providing the players with boosted power and morale. The magic circles on the ground also seemed to belong to him. A lord? No, not yet. A lord candidate. Lord is a class that specializes in leading and commanding multiple players, and possibly organizing a legion. A majority of rankers and heads of most clans were lords. The original owner of Batory's vampiric sword, the Lord of Vampires, and the 8 kings of the top 8 clans all had this class. And the swordsman leading the players in their fight against Fant also had this trait. I don't think it has fully bloomed yet. And then, the other was the woman behind Fant. The woman was completely detached from the fight, standing with a long sword that was much taller than her own height, holding it firmly in her arms. She was an absolute beauty, but she also gave an impression as cold as ice. Especially, the horn sticking out of the left side of her head added a certain sharpness to her looks. Adora, Fante's sister, the unrivaled first rank of the tutorial ranking. When Yi Wu had asked about Adora, Khan said this about her. Fant is strong, ridiculously strong. I felt like I was in front of a huge mountain when I faced him. But Adora, she's a little different. She is definitely more gentle than Fant, but she feels deep. Like the abyss of a sea. That's why I was more afraid of her. I can at least see the top of a mountain when I raise my head up, but I can't see the bottom of the sea. Yi Wu began to understand why Khan was more afraid of Adora. She's hiding something very big and ferocious. But what is it? The moment Yi Wu looked at Adora, she suddenly turned her gaze away from the fight and looked back at Yi Wu. Her calm eyes looked straight at Yi Wu. No, to be precise, she was also looking into Yi Wu, looking at something inside of him. Grin. A faint smile replaced her indifferent expression, as if she had found something fun. She saw me. Yi Wu realized that Adora saw something in him, just like he did. So he smiled back at her. Apparently, it was time to stop just spectating. If so, he had no choice but to step in. Yi Wu took out a fairly large pouch. It was a pouch full of tokens. The players in the safe zone turned their eyes towards Yi Wu. Their eyes started to glint with greed. From the looks of it, Yi Wu had enough tokens for them to jump a few ranks ahead if they managed to take them from him. However, the rules didn't allow aggression inside the safe zone. If players didn't follow the rules, they could be expelled from the stage. Even for items lying on the floor, players weren't allowed to take them if they still had an owner. So the only thing they could do was to stand still and watch what this guy was doing. But suddenly, Yi Wu turned the pouch upside down and began to pour the tokens onto the floor. Clatter. What is he doing? Why is he dumping them all out? I think he is chickening out. Damn, what a waste. He could have given them to someone else. Everyone around him thought he was out of his mind. They started laughing or cursing at his doing. But as the pile of tokens grew bigger, no one could continue speaking anymore. What the fuck? How many is he gonna take out? Is that 1,000? 2,000? The players on the edges of the stage became boisterous. And as they grew noisier, the players who hadn't paid much attention to Yi Wu began to look his way too. Fant also stopped his fight and jerked his head towards Yi Wu's side. Adora's eyes glittered with interest as she looked at Yi Wu. And when he finished pouring out the tokens, there were more than 3,000 of them piled on the floor. Yianwu then muttered a command in a low voice. Convert. Whoosh. The thousands of tokens burst into a beam of light and merged together, forming a gold crystal. The tokens collected in the prior 2 sections have successfully been converted into karma points and have been added to your existing points. At the same time, a big message popped up in the air. The tutorial ranking has been updated. All the players' eyes were gathered onto him. And the moment the rankings were announced, silent screams echoed in Section G. Even Adora's calm eyes shook. Tutorial ranking. 1. Unknown 109,984 points. 2. Adora 68,230 points. It was the first time since the start of this round that the first ranking had been overturned. I can't believe it, just. People shouted in dismay with their eyes fixed on Yianwu. Even if the name wasn't revealed, it was easy to know who it indicated. But Yianwu didn't stop there. He tied his gold crystal, his karma, onto the waist and took his hands to the sword that was hanging on his back, and he slowly pulled it out. SRRNG. The sword vibrated with a clear ring as it was drawn out of its scabbard. It was a sword that looked about 70 centimeters long. Its scabbard had a very simple, almost crude design. However, as the sword was gradually drawn out of its scabbard, strange characters engraved with silvery powder on the surface of the blade began to emit a mysterious white glow. A blue energy flowed out of the sword and started to circle around Yianwu. Whoosh! The white glow and the blue energy merged together, forming a strong whirlwind. And then, when he finally pulled the sword completely out of the scabbard, Quaqua! The whirlwind covered almost the entire safe zone. What the fuck is this? What kind of artifact is this? Players retreated far away from Yianwu in fear of being swept away by the whirlwind. Eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and dismay were bent on Yianwu. Nobody had ever heard about an artifact with such fierce effect. But Yianwu was only laughing calmly at the center of the typhoon. Vigrid. Classification. Rating. Description. During the Silver Age, the forgotten days in the distant past, there once existed a divine sword that every great hero longed to wield. But as it changed hands from hero to hero, the sword had become tainted with too much blood. In the end, the sword was corrupted, turning into a demonic sword. For a long time, the sword had been sealed off in the depths of the earth, away from anyone's reach. And only recently has it resurfaced, appearing once again in the world. But despite being sealed away for 3 ages, the holy sword has not been released from the demonic curse, and has been unable to regain its original form. In order to return it to its original form, the curse of the sword must be completely washed away under special conditions. Blessing of the sword. The dense grudge left by the heroes slain by Vigrid has turned the blessing of the holy sword into a curse. When facing against a greater number of enemies or stronger enemies, the sword will unleash demonic energy Gui Qi. The chance of inflicting critical damage increases in proportion to the demonic energy. Contagious blessing. When dealing a final blow to an enemy, the sword will spread its curse to other enemies in close proximity to the target. Targets under the effect of the curse will be inflicted with the status effect, infection, significantly decreasing target's defense and movement speed. Ability locked. Sealed. Ability locked. Sealed. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. Some of the abilities are sealed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to lift the seals. The name, Vigrid, signifies a battlefield in which divine beings such as heroes and transcendents hold their wars. The hidden piece that Conan Doyle had tried to obtain was a great weapon befitting of such a rhapsodic name. A holy sword from the Silver Age, from the days long before the tower had even come into existence. Although the majority of its options were sealed as it was corrupted, each and every one of the remaining functions was still remarkable as it was. The first option, Blessing of the Sword, greatly increased the attack power when pitted against a large number of enemies. Plus, the demonic energy radiated by this option helped demoralize the enemies and cloud their judgment. For players who usually had to fight several monsters at once, it was definitely a mouthwatering artifact. But most of all, it also had an option that granted the wielder greater power when fighting against a stronger enemy. And that was the option that Conan Doyle had paid the most attention to. The stronger Fant and Adora are, the greater its power will become. With this option, we should have been able to catch up to them without much trouble. Even though it felt like cheating, Khan had desperately wanted to surpass Fant and Adora with Vigrid. Damn it, I know that the weapon itself is OP as hell. The Dragon Slayer I've got does not even come close to Vigrid. If I were to ever use it, I could probably change the game. Khan laughed bitterly as he explained about Vigrid. But I realized at this time. Cheating is just cheating. It'll surely work for that short period of time, but I won't be able to make any progress with it. You know what they say, sinoijimyul. Sinoijimyul, shenwai ji wu, an idiom indicating that something external to the body isn't something of one's own. Therefore, no matter how good of an artifact Vigrid was, the ability that the artifact provided wasn't his own power. Khan knew the advantages that Vigrid would give him, but at the same time, he was aware of its disadvantage. That the moment he got his hands on Vigrid, he may be able to beat Fant and Adora temporarily, but he himself wouldn't be able to get stronger because of the power of the sword. And he knew that one day, he would eventually taste defeat at the hands of someone even stronger than those two. In fact, it wasn't long ago that he had gained this enlightenment. After the fight against Bild, Khan had agonized for countless hours over the difference between Bild and himself. Khan himself was also considered an excellent swordsman, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat Bild. He had thought for a long time about what created such a big gap between Bild and himself. Then, he came up with one conclusion. It must have been the lack of experience. While Bild had vast combat experience from climbing the tower, Khan, on the other hand, had only just entered the stage. Hence, in order to overcome his weakness, he had to start from scratch. So Khan gave up his idea of obtaining Vigrid and yielded it to Yianwu. And thanks to that, Yianwu was able to get a hold of one of the best weapons in the tower. The best hidden piece of the tutorial that his brother didn't even know of. Chapter 54. End 4. Even though Khan had told Yianwu everything he knew about Vigrid, he remained completely silent in regard to where he got the information from. But Yianwu didn't care much. Unlike Khan, who didn't want a power that would ultimately weaken him, Yianwu wasn't afraid to take such risk. And then, that one, if only I can get him. First rank, I can actually be the first. No, I don't even want to take the first rank. Look how much karma he has. Even if we split it up. His weapon looks good too. Where could have he possibly gotten that? All the players started to look at Yianwu with covetous eyes. Overwhelmingly high karma and a presumably high rating artifact. As if those two weren't tempting enough, Yianwu was a solo player who didn't have any team or clan behind him. Even if they killed him, it wouldn't cause them any trouble down the line. Judging by the number of tokens he had collected, it was highly likely that he was also a very skilled player. However, it didn't worry them too much. Unless he was also a freak of nature like Fant, he couldn't possibly handle this many players at once. If he were such a player, his name would have surely spread in the tutorial. But none of them had heard of any strong player that matched his appearance, which led them to the conclusion that he really was just a nobody. One by one, the players in Section G began to show their hostility toward Yianwu. Even those in the safe zone stepped into the battle zone and surrounded Yianwu in order to gang up on him as soon as he took a step outside the safe zone. They were ready to break through the whirlwind and launch their attacks on him. But little did they know that Yianwu's sword was slowly reacting to their hostility. Blessing of the sword, the first option engraved in Vigrid reacted to the hostility. The whirlwind surrounding Yianwu intensified as demonic energy started to flow into the whirlwind. Kya! Blood-curdling shrieks resonated throughout the whole area. The players who tried to surround Yianwu were startled by the sudden cries. A horrible chill ran down their spines, and an ominous feeling slowly crept into their minds. In the meantime, the sword started to emit a much stronger demonic energy. The demonic energy grew proportionally to the number of enemies Yianwu was facing. And that was what he was aiming for. Yianwu intentionally showed his tokens and pulled out Vigrid in front of everybody. That was all part of his plan in order to bring out their hostility and amplify Vigrid's ability to its fullest extent. I bet y'all never thought that your arrogance would bring about a disaster. When the demonic energy finally reached its peak, Yianwu consumed all of the souls he had collected in the previous sections and used them to strengthen the demonic energy and to further expand his whirlwind. Whoosh! Hup! What had been but a small whirlwind had now grown into a massive windstorm that covered the entire span of Section G. The demonic energy inside the storm spread, forming wind blades that started to affect the players inside. Several players' faces turned blue as they staggered to their feet, and some even collapsed on the floor and vomited blood. Only then did they realize that something was definitely wrong. Kwong! But before they could do anything about it, Yi and Wu jumped forward, kicking off the ground that caved in from the impact. His plan now was to dash straight into the center of the battle zone. Swish! The windstorm moved along with Yi and Wu, sweeping away any player standing on its course. Quaqua! He's going towards the center. Stop him! With their fluttering legs barely supporting their bodies, the players still jumped in front of Yi and Wu. No matter how afraid they were of Yi and Wu's power, it was not enough to extinguish the fire of greed. On the contrary, it was adding more fuel to that fire. If only they could take away that weapon, that power would be theirs to wield. Die! A player came and stood in front of Yi and Wu, swinging his sword with belligerence. But Yi and Wu swayed vigorous without batting an eye. Quang! The upper body of the player exploded into pieces along with his shattered sword. Only a rough slash mark was left in the place where Vigrid swept across. There was no longer a sign of life in the player's eyes. He died with a single slash. But the effect of the attack didn't end there. Waves of greenish air suddenly burst out from the dead body and spread out in a radius of 15 meters. And the players exposed to the air froze in place and sank to the floor with their hands clenched on their necks. What the fuck? What kind of curse? Quack! All their faces turned pale as they gasped for air. They looked like they were on the verge of death. Contagious blessing. And that was when the second option of Vigrid came into action. While Khan and Doyle had focused their attention only on the effects of blessing of the sword, it was this option that had caught Yi and Wu's eye the most. The option that spread the curse bound inside the sword, Vigrid. It was a curse fueled by the vengeful spirit of various heroes. There was no doubt that the curse would be powerful. What if he added the amplified demonic energy to the mix? Of course, it would be horrendously effective. The option only triggered after dealing the final blow, but there were almost no players who could block Yi and Wu's attack after being weakened by the curse. Quang quang. With every swing, players flew away like leaves falling in the autumn wind. Kuek. UCK. The whole stage fell into complete chaos in just a moment's time. Where screams and shrieks were heard ceaselessly, bodies of fainted players were lying everywhere on the stage. And Yi and Wu ran through the pile of bodies like a wild beast. His target was Adora. It was time to cement his place in the tutorial ranking. Amid the huge windstorm sweeping away the stage like a tidal wave, there was Vyram with his brows creased. What the hell is going on? The 5th rank of the tutorial ranking. The first time Vyram saw his rank after entering Section G, he felt anger rising within him. 5th place. A player like him, he was a man who had always walked the path of triumph. Anything that stood in front of him, he got rid of it, no matter if it was an enemy or an obstacle. Things had always been that simple. A swordsman of Marquesian origin. That was his identity and at the same time, the sole reason why he got attention from other players along with the One-Horned Tribe siblings and the Dumbass Duo. For him, placing 5th was equally embarrassing as being marked as a loser. It was an unacceptable result. This can't be happening, I have to be the first no matter what it takes. Otherwise. Marcus, where Vyram was born and raised, was a planet with a barren environment that normal humans cannot live off of. The whole planet is covered with dry deserts and rivers of magma flowing along the surface. Therefore, in order to survive on planet Marcus, people had to grow strong. Power was the only means of survival. And with their strength, Marquesian warriors started to work as a group of mercenaries. In the end, they had become the #1 mercenary group among many worlds and dimensions. Marquesian warriors gained deep trust from various clients as they always carried out any commission in a strong and honest manner. With the money they earned as mercenaries, they bought food and water and sent them to their families back in their home planet. Vyram was also one of those people. He had become a mercenary in order to earn a living for his family, and he wielded his sword to survive on the battlefield. For a long time, he had wandered around in several battlefields and completed several missions. Before he knew it, he was already the greatest mercenary among all Marquesians. And when he first received the invitation to the tower, it was only then that Vyram was able to take the time to look back on his past and see how strong he had become. Then at the same time, he realized that this was an opportunity. The tower was a place where all warriors were assembled. If he could become a king in such a place, if he could demonstrate his valor greater than anyone else and stand at its apex. No, if he could get to the top of the tower and become a god. He could help his family, his friend and furthermore, his own kind. He might be able to restore Marcus back to its glorious times of peace and abundance. To the time before everything was ruined by the despicable king. Fortunately, Vyram was given another talent besides his talent as a swordsman. The Lord Candidate. He was given the power to command other players, give orders, and establish his own group. It meant that he had the qualities to become a king. So he proudly participated in the tutorial. However, he was faced with a huge wall not long after. A wall called the One-Horned Tribe Siblings. It was the first time that Vyram had encountered such a barrier. He had overcome numerous hardships while living as a mercenary, but this barrier was just on another level. Fant and Adora, those two were just too far beyond his reach. He had heard their names along with those like Khan of the Blood Sword, but he hadn't cared much about them. However, that was his mistake. Is this what's waiting ahead in the tower? Or were those two just exceptions to the rule? Whatever the answer was, Vyram had suffered his first major setback in the face of an overwhelming gap between him and them. Nevertheless, he didn't give up until the end. If he couldn't compete in terms skills with them, he could bring in other things to compete with. So Vyram used his ability as a Lord Candidate and persuaded other players in Section G to form a temporary alliance. Even if he couldn't win with quality, he still had a chance with quantity. And after knocking down the siblings, he even had a grand plan to form his own legion by strengthening the skill he had placed on the players. Forced contract. An absolute contract formed between a lord and his minions. Vyram had already placed the players in the alliance under the effect of his skill. Once they knocked down their first targets, Fant and Adora, the skill's binding force would be strengthened and he could force them to be loyal to him. The lord who had entered the tower with the top 50 players of the tutorial under his command. That would have been a great title for him. At least that was how he hoped things to be. But what the hell is this? Fant was much stronger than he had expected. 50 people under his command. In front of such an overwhelming force, the amount of players didn't matter. No matter how many buffs he cast on them, not one of them could defeat Fant. And now, there was another problem. A man in a grotesque white mask and of unknown identity. He overtook the first rank within a moment, and brought out this otherworldly artifact, bewitching the other players. Vyram felt the links that connected himself and the other 50 players beginning to fade after his appearance because they gave up on killing their original target, Fant, and turned their eyes towards the guy with white mask. However, that was just the beginning of a new disaster. Quaqua, Kuek, help Kuhak, a windstorm sweeping across the whole stage. Greenish energy spreading the curse among the players, and above all, his powerful attacks that killed the players with a single swing of his sword. None of the players could stop any one of those attacks. All they were doing was to leave flesh and blood on the stage while being torn apart by the windstorm. Take cover, you stupid bastards. When Vyram tried to stop the players, he was already too late. In the end, he had to make a decision. The only weapon left to him was his 3 swords. The problem was who should he point his swords at? But the answer was clear. Those are the precious materials for my plan to create my own legion. I've got to make them stop. His plan to take first place had already vanished like smoke. The only option he had left was to bring those players to the tower and form his own legion. But at this rate, all the links he had made were going to be destroyed. He had to save those players. He had to make them stop. With those thoughts in his head, Vyram took his hands towards his swords. Just then, ooh-ah-ha, all of a sudden, Fant burst into a roar of laughter. His laughter was so loud it even echoed inside this windstorm. Then he jerked his head towards Yi and Wu. His eyes were burning with intensity. Quang quang. Fant let out wild laughter as he bumped his 2 fists together. Yes, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Not this child's play, but a real fight. His face was filled with joy. It was so intense it almost felt like madness. While he watched Yi and Wu running towards him, he suddenly turned to his back. There, he saw Adora smiling calmly. Can I go? Since when did you need to ask for my permission? I know, but you know what I mean. A look that seemed to have much to say. Adora let out a giggle and continued speaking. Okay, I won't tell our dad. Only then could Fant laugh at ease. Ooh-hoo-hoo, well then. But before you go, leave that with me, will you? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Fant scratched the back of his head and handed over all the gold crystals he had to Adora. At that moment, the message window that had been floating in the air changed once again. The tutorial ranking has been updated. Tutorial ranking. 1. Adora 120,230 points. 2. Unknown 109,984 points. What the fuck? Vyram spat out a curse as he watched the rankings change. Other players were also stunned by their action. Giving up his over 60,000 karma points to his sister take the first rank. It was a seemingly ignorant strategy, but of guaranteed success. But for the other players, it was an unthinkable strategy. Karma was something players had painstakingly scraped together after overcoming life or death situations throughout the tutorial. Even for a brother or sister, it wasn't something they could give up that easily. Fant, however, snorted at the players who were looking at him in awe. Don't think we're the same as you. We're different from you dumb beasts. Chapter 55, End 5. At that moment, the face of all the other players, including Vyram, stiffened. Fant ignored their reactions and turned his gaze towards Yian-Wu. Yian-Wu was already close enough to be able to distinguish Fante's facial features. Fant stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his waist slightly bent forward and his fists tightly clenched. A combat posture that he had never shown to anyone in the tutorial. It was something he only showed to those he acknowledged. And then, he closed his eyes. A quiet period ensued for a little while. It was like the calm before the storm. As he took a deep breath. Flash, Fant opened his eyes. A yellow light flickered over his purple eyes. Then, spark, as his aura shrouded the surrounding area, strong yellow sparks appeared from his fists and forearms. Thunder Fist, a secret skill that's only passed down in the One-Horn tribe's Chung Lam family. The sparks hovering over his arms intensified as they began to connect with each other. Soon, Fante's two arms were covered in thunder energy that enveloped them like a gauntlet. The air surrounding Fant shimmered from the heat. Streams of heated wind blew from Fant, clashing against Yian-Wu's windstorm. And when Fante's aura encroached the other end of the stage, why worry if I have sources of karma everywhere? Fant began to move with a cold smile on his face. Quang! With a single dash, Fant pushed forward like a cannonball. Rumble! Over the path he ran, Fant left behind only a trail of burnt smell, yellow flames and deafening thunder. The players blocking his way were trampled under his feet. However, no screams were heard from the dead players, as they were drowned under the thunderous roars as soon as they came out. Even the corpses disappeared without a trace, as they were ground to bits by the strong thunder energy. The players scattered around the stage in total confusion. In front of them, there was a player with a windstorm of demonic energy. Behind their backs, there was another player emitting ferocious bolts of lightning. The players stuck in the middle of the two energies didn't know where to go. Only the ones who happened to be near the safe zone were lucky enough to make an escape. But even that was dangerous as most of the area was still within the reach of their skills. They had to stay as close as they could to the edge of the stage. And then, the two energies collided. Quang! An earthquake shook the entire stage. The clash of the two energies created explosions here and there, turning over the ground they were standing on. Clouds of dust covered up the entire stage, making it hard to tell what was going on inside. Just when the players thought that Section G was going to collapse by the impact, Vyram made his move. He drew out his three swords from their scabbards. They were Marcus's finest magic swords. Then he activated the magic runes engraved on the surfaces of each sword. Spectacular visual effects continuously exploded like firecrackers as the floor was covered with several overlapping magic circles. The vast variety of buffs he had cast on 50 other players were now focused on a single player, Vyram. He felt the mana inside his body being amplified. As his senses became keener, he could feel the sharp edges of the swords like they were part of his body. Vyram grabbed two of the swords with his hands and put the other one on top of his feet. Three claws. It was a skill he had acquired during his long service as a mercenary. A skill that utilized his three swords, relying on his strength and senses that were augmented to their full potential with the help of several buffs. The only problem was that once used, his mana reserves would become depleted and his body would take several months to recuperate from the aftereffects. I guess I've got no other choice. Vyram gritted his teeth while glaring at Yian-Wu and Fant. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to protect not just his minions, but his karma points as well. If so, he had to fight. Vyram spun his body like a top and flung himself in between the two of them, leaving several scratches on the ground. Swish! The three flashing blades made their way towards the necks of both Yian-Wu and Fant. Hup! Damn it! It was then when Yian-Wu and Fant turned sideways. Yian-Wu was aiming to slice Fante's chest with vigor, while Fant tried to punch him with his fist clad in thunder energy. Both attacks possessed a deadly threat. But in that fleeting moment, the two felt three blades slithering in between their attacks like a snake. And their instincts started to sound the alarm, telling them that they should not ignore the three swords. That the swords were about to cut off their necks. So the two exchanged glances for a very brief moment just before the clash. And at the same time, they turned aside and quickly spun to the direction they were swinging. Yi and Wu to the left, and Fan to the right. Tang. On one side, a sword fended off the blades. Quang. On the other side, a lightning bolt hit the blades, changing their trajectory. You idiot! Yellow sparks dispersed into the air as the thunder exploded after coming into contact with the swords. Fante's eyes were blazing with anger as they slowly appeared through the smoke. He was getting bored of dealing with all those weak trashes. Only now was he able to entertain himself after meeting his match. But such excitement was broken due to a moron who decided to interrupt his fight. But as if Vyram didn't care about what he was thinking, he carried on with his attacks, trying to slice their legs. You want a piece of me? All right then, I'll show you what I've got. With the thunder energy wrapped around his fists, Fant propelled himself forward with all his strength, charging forward to run over Yi and Wu and Vyram. His reckless charge looked like a wild boar rushing down a hill. Quaqua. Finding himself between the pressure of those two other players, Yi and Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and held Vigrid up high in the air. And with a full swing, he struck the ground with the sword. Pang! The ground once again caved in. A massive shockwave was released from the place where his sword struck, sending Fant and Vyram into the air. Quaqua! Cup! Uck! Just before his punch reached Yi and Wu, Fant instinctively felt a sense of crisis and barely managed to protect his head by crossing his arms in front of his face. The thunder circling around his arms was completely washed away by the blast. Fant felt like he had run into an invisible wall. His innards were shaking, and his brain was ringing. His two arms that blocked off the shockwave felt as if they were going to fall off at any moment. In front of him, there was a deep, long ditch created by himself as he was pushed away. How the hell? Fant raised his head up with a face full of shock. It was the complete opposite emotion of the confidence he had shown at the very beginning. He couldn't believe it at all. Born into a royal family, Fant had practiced various martial arts and had grown stronger. In the tutorial, he ingested the Nidan of Akasha's snake, which granted him an enormous amount of mana. There was no way that any player in the tutorial could overpower a player such as him. There must be something wrong with this situation. With that thought in mind, Fant tried to kindle once again the thunder onto his fists. However, Fant had to vomit out on the floor as he felt his throat choking. It was blood. His internal organs were already injured from the previous impact. And then, the same was true for Vyram. God damn it. Vyram was barely able to stand up by using one of his swords like a cane. The other two were scattered on the floor. His clothes were completely torn, revealing wounds all over his body. Vyram had lost so much blood he was having bad vertigo. He was done for both mentally and physically. However, he tried to stay conscious. Because if he collapsed now, everything was over. Instead, Vyram glared at Yi and Wu with eyes full of animosity. Right in front of his eyes, there was a wall even bigger than Fant. A wall that devastated even a monster like Fant. It was a wall seemingly impossible to surpass. Vyram was deeply frustrated. Fant and Adora were enough to generate a sense of inferiority in him, but now there was something more, something bigger than those two. If the players in the tutorial were this strong, how monstrous would the players in the tower be? And to think about the rankers, what kind of players were they to be able to rule over those monsters? He was overcome with shame. A sense of inferiority possessed his mind. But such emotions also kindled a fire in him. He didn't want to give up like this. No, he refused to give in. So Vyram decided to throw away his last remaining bit of pride. Fant, Vyram called Fant with a distorted face. Fant jerked his head towards Vyram. What is it? Let's team up. What? Fant scowled at Vyram as soon as he heard his words. But Vyram continued speaking without caring. He was desperate for victory, not pride. We can't defeat him alone. So I'm asking you to work together for now. We can take care. No, what? When Vyram was about to shout at him, Fant snorted at him as he stood back up. He wiped the blood off his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes were shining more ferociously than before. As I said, I'm not a dumb beast like you. The road I walk is the hegemon Dao Ba Dao. Do you think I'll resort to trickery? Sparks of thunderbolt began to appear along Fante's arm. He squeezed out mana from his completely wrecked body. The smile hung across his face looked almost vicious. On the hegemon Dao there can be defeat but there shall be no retreat. That is the King's Dao Wang Dao I learned from my father and the foundation built upon me which shall bring me to glory. Quang, swish, Fant then stormed his way towards Yi and Wu. That fucking son of a bitch. Vyram was enraged with Fant. It was pure nonsense to hear about Hegemon Dao, or King's Dao, from someone who wasn't even capable of looking after himself. This was why Vyram hated people who grew up pampered and indulged. He had seen those stupid people with a holier-than-thou attitude screw up so many businesses several times. But that didn't mean he could stay there sitting on his hands. Fant went berserk, blinded by anger. Adora was stuck in her place and didn't seem to want to join the fight. He couldn't even tell what she was thinking right now. He had to do something to be able to take his share in this game of madness. Vyram started to move as he reapplied his buffs. If it is not possible from the front, aim for the flank. Though he didn't like it, he decided to take the supporting role for Fant, only for a while until they got rid of Yi and Wu. Splash, clang, quang, Yi and Wu was pushed back for the first time. Whiz, Fant and Vyram poured a series of fierce combined attacks down on him. Fant constantly poured out all the skills he had, and Vyram kept aiming for his blind spot, confusing Yi and Wu's senses. Yi and Wu's fast-paced attacks slowly morphed into a hectic defensive struggle. Boom! The windstorm surrounding Yi and Wu was finally dissipated by their attacks. The demonic energy was also scattered away. The swords and the fists came flying ceaselessly at Yi and Wu. Vyram tried to split him into two pieces, and Fant tried to chop him down with his hands. Clang! Yi and Wu was being pushed back endlessly. Every now and then, Yi and Wu tried to counterattack. One time, right after parrying Vyram's attack, Yi and Wu attempted to blow away Fante's head by blowing up demonic energy right next to it. However, every attack he tried ended up in failure. Even for Yi and Wu, it was impossible to fight against Vyram and Fant at the same time. With one hand, Yi and Wu wielded Vigrid to strike off the three swords coming from different angles, and with the other hand he threw daggers in efforts to block Fant from approaching him. However, his hand that was holding Vigrid was beginning to slow down. At that moment, Vyram cast a buff skill he had been hiding for this moment. Jing, buff of might, Vyram's swords emitted a blue glow along their edge. With a swing of his sword, Vigrid was broken into two pieces. Moreover, as Yi and Wu had used up all of his daggers, Fante's fist full of concentrated thunder energy exploded on Yi and Wu's flank. It was Thunderbolt Punto. Crack, Yi and Wu's ribs were shattered. His lungs torn apart, his waist was bent by the impact. Without missing the chance, Vyram swung his other hand and smashed Yi and Wu's head. And preceded by a terrible pain, Yi and Wu blacked out. And that was what Yi and Wu saw in his head. It was the scenery of what could have happened to him. If things continued the way it was, that should have been Yi and Wu's fate. However, thanks to his skill, it ended up only as a possibility. The skill he had had from the very beginning, but also the skill he had never used until now. Yi and Wu's innate skill, Foresight Special, Proficiency, 0.5%. Description, can see a certain amount of time into the future. The amount of time increases in proportion to your magic power and skill proficiency. As a penalty for looking into the future, the user will suffer severe dizziness due to the difference in time once the skill is over. The skill that provided images of the future for a certain amount of time, which for now was 5 seconds. He was able to foresee the future for what could be considered both a short and a long period of time. A single activation consumed 2/3 of his total mana. Considering that he had a huge amount of mana from the snow ginseng and the Niden, it really ate up tons and tons of mana for a skill that only lasted for 5 seconds. This was the reason why Yi and Wu hadn't even conceived the idea of using this skill. But now, the skill was fully usable. Thanks to this skill, Yi and Wu was able to find a possibility of winning. Tick-tack. Once again, after a long time, the pocket watch started to run. Chapter 56. End 6. Quang. Yi and Wu's remaining mana erupted. The mana circuit started to produce enormous power as its core started to overheat. Draconic Eyes, Combat Will, Sense Strengthening. He cast 3 skills at once, causing his body to overload. But due to this, his body was able to reach its full potency. Swimming in his own time, Yi and Wu started to make his move in order to make the possibility become reality. All it took him was a brief moment. Just as it was shown in his foresight, the first thing he saw was Fante's punch. Yi and Wu grabbed Fante's fist and pulled his arm the other way around. Crackle. Then he kicked Fant in the stomach with his knee. Puck, kook. Fante's whole body rose to the air as he spewed blood from his mouth. 1 second, he could see Fante frowning and trying to regain his balance while in the air. But Yi and Wu didn't give Fante a second look. Because next were Vyram's attacks aiming for his head, neck, and ankle in order. He dodged the first attack as he lowered himself close to the ground. At the same time, he stomped onto the ground. Quang! 2 seconds. The ground sank down. A cloud of dust rose up, blocking their views. But Yi and Wu jumped right into the dust and stretched out his left arm. He felt Vyram's neck at the tip of his fingers. Vyram also sensed Yi and Wu's hand closing in thanks to his buffs, and tried to fall back from Yi and Wu's reach. However, Yi and Wu had predicted even that. Swish! Yi and Wu threw a dagger he had readied in his other hand. But the dagger only brushed past Vyram's cheek as Vyram quickly turned his head to the other side. When the dagger missed his head, Vyram thought that Yi and Wu must have used up most of his mana. He believed his victory was at hand. For the first time, his eyes were filled with a sense of glory. It's over. Yes, it's over. At that moment. For you, this is exactly what Yi and Wu wanted. To pull himself apart from the two of them. Yi and Wu pulled out Vigrid, holding it right in front of his chest. Goo! Once again, the air began to circle around him, creating a huge whirlwind. The wind gathered around the sword, compressing itself along the edge. It grew darker and darker as the demonic energy seeped into the wind. Blessing of the sword, Vigrid was radiating a strong energy in reaction to the two strong opponents. And after it was ready, Yi and Wu swung Vigrid from side to side. 3 seconds. Vigrid drew a simple diagonal line across the air. Quang! But its aftermath was not that simple. A series of violent explosions took place as the sword unleashed the compressed wind. The demonic energy contained inside burst out in all directions, corroding everything upon contact. The stage, the players, even the skills. The thunder energy gathered around Fante's fists dispersed into the air as if it had been completely eaten up by the demonic energy. His body was horribly mangled by the energy and blown off into the air. Vyram's 3 swords shattered into fragments. The broken pieces of the swords bounced upwards and Vyram had an incredulous look on his face with blood seeping out of his mouth. Thud, rumble, a thick cloud of dust spread throughout the stage. The sound of players' horrified screams rang across the whole section. Foresight. Last time Yi and Wu checked his skills before moving on to the section G, he had spent a long time agonizing over the ways to utilize this skill. And then, he came up with one conclusion. This is useless. Most of his skills were quite easy to use. They were powerful even by themselves, and some of them were even more effective when used in synergy. But Foresight was different. If only based on its description, it was the best skill he had. A skill that allowed the user to look ahead into the future, albeit for a short time. No other skill could be as useful as this skill. In particular, Yi and Wu had been on several battlefields where a brief moment of inattention could cost one's life. He was aware that knowing what would happen in the future despite being only a few seconds ahead, was just like carrying several spare lives. However, considering the skill's duration, it costs too much mana. Foresight provided images of the future for only a few seconds. But for those few seconds, the amount of mana it consumed was just outrageously big. Even with his mana pool that was bigger than anyone else's in the tutorial, thanks to the snow ginseng and the Niden, it was still virtually unaffordable. And an even bigger problem was that he didn't know when he should cast the skill. If I don't know when my life will be in danger, how do I know when to use it? If he were to cast this skill during combat, he would not only have to look at the images for 3 seconds while facing the opponent, but he would also have to analyze the opponent's movements and set up a strategy to beat them based on what he had seen. Definitely easier said than done. However, Yi and Wu's thoughts didn't stop there. What if I mix it with other skills? If he could raise his physical ability to its limit while looking into the future. It'll be a gamble of long odds. If it succeeded, he would be able to turn the tables even if he was losing. But if it failed, that instant would signify his death. Nevertheless, Yi and Wu tried it out in real combat. And then, that worked better than I thought. The result was a huge success. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. The players couldn't catch up with the speed of what happened in that short period of time. They only instinctively realized that something amazing and shocking had happened in front of their eyes. But there was one player who was able to follow everything that was happening. Adora. She tightly hugged the sword in her arms and raised her head. A glimmer of golden light appeared in her purple eyes. Insight Wei Yan. Just as Fant was given Thunder Fist, Adora was able to get a hold of another secret skill passed down within the Chung Lam family. However, its acquisition process was so difficult that no one other than Adora was able to learn this skill. Insight provided the user with eyes that could see through the inward nature of things. Thanks to this skill, Fant and Adora were able to take the first and the second ranks. Adora used Insight to follow Yi and Wu's movements. And now, she saw Yi and Wu jumping out of the dust cloud. 4 seconds. Yi and Wu twisted his body in midair. He realized that his skills synergized well. He looked into the future with foresight, fully enhanced his body with draconic eyes, combat will, and sense strengthening, and quickly moved around the stage with Shunpo. And as for the massive side effects from overloading his body, he could bear with them thanks to physical resistance. If it wasn't for Diamond Physique, he would have never dared to think of using such an empty-headed method. But in the end, he made it. And now he only had one last target left, standing right over there. Adora. When he looked at her, he saw that she was also looking at him with some kind of golden glow in her eyes. That was probably the source of the thing he had felt earlier. Now, he only had a little more than a second remaining. This will be the end. Yi and Wu squeezed out the mana from his mana circuit for one last time. Its core spun fiercely once again, drawing out the remaining mana. Kwang. Yi and Wu dashed towards Adora. Swish, swing. Adora removed the sword she was hugging in her arms from its scabbard. Shinmado, Shi and Mo Dao. It was a sword said to hold the powers of both holy and evil beings. Clang. Yi and Wu's Vigrid was easily blocked by Adora's Shinmado. But he wasn't disappointed because that was still within his prediction. The real attack was the next one. Yi and Wu twisted his body and pulled out Karshina's dagger he had been hiding under his sleeve. He swung his dagger directly towards Adora's throat. Yi and Wu was sure of his victory. According to the images that his foresight showed him, his dagger would soon penetrate Adora's throat and kill her in that instant. However, clang, Adora shifted her sword a little and protected her neck. Because the side of her sword was so broad, just a slight turn was enough to block off the dagger. And just like that, Karshina's dagger helplessly fell to the ground. It was blocked. Yi and Wu looked at Adora, eyes filled with curiosity. He then quickly spun in the other direction, consecutively stabbing 3 with Vigrid. Clang clang clang, but Adora easily fended off all of his attacks and Kwang even managed to strike back. When Yi and Wu was about to launch another attack, Adora swung her sword vertically, striking Yi and Wu's sword. A strong shockwave creating from the impact pushed Yi and Wu back. There were 2 deep, straight furrows in front of Yi and Wu. Whoosh! As the dust cloud cleared away, there stood Yi and Wu and Adora staring at each other on 2 opposite ends of the stage. You're strong, Adora spoke with her cherry-like lips. However, Yi and Wu only stood with his brows creased. Adora had blocked all of his attacks so effortlessly. Those eyes. It's because of those eyes. Yi and Wu was able to realize that her golden eyes, that something she had been hiding until now, were the one that looked through all of his attacks. Yi and Wop's pocket watch stopped when the remaining time reached 0. And just like that, he felt his body going limp. His mana circuit shut down, giving him massive fatigue and dizziness. But he couldn't show weakness. He had to pretend as if nothing was happening. Yi and Wu stood still with his eyes fixed to Adora. Are you going to continue fighting? Adora asked in a slightly worried voice as if she already knew his current condition. At the same time, her hand didn't let go of Shinmado's hilt. It was a warning indicating that she would subdue him if he decided to continue fight. Yi and Wu then shook his head, relaxing his posture a little bit. He put Vigrid back in its scabbard that hanging on his back. Clunk. No, I'll stop. That's a good idea. You've just fought against so many players all at once, including Vyram and my brother. That was really impressive. Adora smiled in between her talk and soon carried on. I've never seen a player as strong as you. I would have given you the first rank if I could, but we also have our reason to take the first rank. She spoke with an apologetic tone. But at the same time, she resolutely addressed she couldn't give away her karma. However, Yi and Wu let out a smirk. That's strange. What makes you think I gave up? What do you? When Adora was about to ask what he meant, Yi and Wu suddenly held out his left hand. Below his hand, there were 5 huge gold crystals hanging from a string. Adora took a quick look at her waist in surprise. But the gold crystals Fant had passed to her were nowhere to be found. How did you? Adora looked at Yi and Wu with a look of disbelief. Her 2 eyes were filled with utter confusion. Insight could look into the true nature of anyone and anything. When in a battle, it allowed the user to read the opponent's thoughts and intentions, helping the user predict their attacks in advance. And this was the reason why Yi and Wu's foresight couldn't do its work. So, she couldn't understand why her insight didn't warn her about him stealing her crystals. Yi and Wu lightly snorted as he pulled back his hand. Your eyes, they can only predict something within your field of view, right? Quote! Quote. Adora couldn't help but feel shocked to see that Insight's weakness was discovered so easily. And she belatedly understood what Yi and Wu did to take her crystals. It was Karshina's dagger. While the dagger was falling, Yi and Wu must have led her to where the dagger's falling trajectory would cut the strings attached to her waist that were holding the crystals. She was solely focused on reading Yi and Wu's onslaught, so she didn't notice such an accidental factor in his plan. Fortunately, she had lost only half of the crystals she had, but that was still a painful loss. Well, thank you for your karma points. I'll take good care of them. Yi and Wu hung the golden crystals next to his waist. Ding! The tutorial ranking has been updated. Tutorial ranking. 1. Unknown 510,590 points. 2. Adora 60,000 points. 3. Brock 13,200 points. Chapter 57. End 7. Quote! 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 The new tutorial ranking left the players with their minds blown. Because there was a crazy score right in front of their eyes. Had there ever been a player who had collected that much karma in the tutorial? From the moment Yi and Wu defeated Phantom Vyram and made all the other players kneel down, the result had already been decided. A predator. In the eyes of the players, Yi and Wu was nothing but an insatiable beast. Even if Yi and Wu didn't take away Adora's gold crystal, the top spot would still be his. Just then, Yi and Wu's body started to fade away. He was using Shunpo to scram. Wait, Adora tried to catch Yi and Wu belatedly. But when she reached out with her hand, Yi and Wu had already vanished from his spot. Ah! Failing to catch Yi and Wu, Adora let out a regretful moan. And she stood aghast for a little while. The shock Yi and Wu gave her was too great. The image of Yi and Wu was lingering in her mind. An indescribable feeling overcame her mind. This was their first time suffering defeat since joining the tutorial. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. Feeling defeated, Adora's body trembled, but she soon mumbled to herself with a slightly flushed face. That was splendid. 0 minutes 0 seconds and 0 milliseconds underscore 05. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds underscore 04. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds underscore 00. Yi and Wu was currently sitting in a deserted place lost in meditation. He was slowly recovering himself from the severe side effects caused by the use of his skills. And when the tutorial timer reached 0, Yi and Wu opened his eyes. The tutorial has ended. All remaining players will be teleported to the waiting area. Beware of impact. The stage surrounding Yi and Wu and the other players started to shake and fade away as if they were inside a television screen being blurred out with noise. And when things became clear, they were standing in a vast open space along with thousands of other players. The players who had participated in this round of the tutorial. Some of them looked startled after being summoned to a place full of other players. But once they realized that the tutorial had ended, they breathed a sigh of relief. And when they noticed that Yi and Wu was standing among them, they began to talk in whispers. Is that him? Yup, that's him. The number 1 in the rankings, the Hoarder. I heard he beat the One-Horn tribe siblings and the Marquesian swordsman. That's ridiculous. I wonder who he is. The Hoarder. It was the name people started to call Yi and Wu with since the rumors about what happened in Section G spread among the players. There was nothing known about the name or identity of the character, and he had suddenly made a spectacular appearance. All they knew was that he wore a white mask and that he was acquainted with Conan Doyle. Even that was known only because a player happened to see Yi and Wu grouped up with Conan Doyle when heading to Hargan's lair. So people were very curious about who Yi and Wu was. But no one had the guts to approach Yi and Wu and strike up a conversation. The only thing they could do was to watch him from afar. And that was also comfortable for Yi and Wu as no one was coming to bother him. But still, Yi and Wu wasn't used to having this kind of attention on him. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to Section G. If I didn't, I wouldn't have received this much attention. Of course, it was only a figure of speech. Even if he had to go back in time, he would have done the same thing. Because he needed the hidden reward given only to the first ranker in the tutorial. Zeus, this is the only way I can get it. Yi and Wu had two places he had taught visit once he entered the tower. One was Arthea's clan house. And the other one was Olympus Treasury, the place where the gods of the past kept their sacred relics. Zeus, key was one of the 12 keys for opening the door to the treasury. Therefore, Yi and Wu had to be the first at any cost in order to acquire the key. But the problem was that if he were to be the first, it was most likely that other players in the tower would start to hinder him. It's already too late to carry on with the revenge in covert. If so, I will have to use Cain to hide Yi and Wu as much as possible. And he was beginning to think that perhaps the path he would be walking in the future would not be much different from the one Arthea had walked. So he had to get used to this kind of attention, even if he didn't like it. By the way, Yi and Wu glanced around. Khan and Doyle, are they really gone? They did say they were going to give up, but to think that he couldn't see them around anymore, he felt lacking in some sense. At that moment, it was really you. A young man appeared among the other players. A very familiar voice and face. It was Yul. Yul. Yi and Wu opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had thought that Yul had given up on this tutorial round, just like Khan and Doyle did. Yul spoke while panting, as if he had rushed his way there. But his face was showing a brilliant smile. I heard that a new rookie had appeared in the tutorial. And when they said he was wearing a mask, I immediately thought of you. And it was really you. Yi and Wu looked at Yul. He could no longer see any worry or spite in Yul's eyes. The gloomy mood Yul used to carry had changed completely. So, it seems you found the Frisia garden. Yes, I found it hidden in Section B's waiting room. I got really lucky though. The Frisia garden was actually one of the hidden pieces. It was just that Yi and Wu didn't care to find it because it didn't mean much to him. In the Frisia garden, it was possible to make a contract with elemental spirits. In Yi and Wu's view, Yul had an outstanding quality as an enchanter. So if he could learn elemental spells, based on his aptitudes, he would be able to achieve remarkable growth. And his prediction seemed to have been proven correct. Yi and Wu cast draconic eyes and examined Yul. Under the complex intertwined lines of flaws, there was only an empty space beneath. The person in front of him was Yul, but also not Yul. And you've made quite a big achievement. Did you happen to find another hidden piece? It was a thought entity Yul had created using his elemental spell. It's similar. I've met a great teacher. A teacher? Yes. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. He's not like Can. He's taught me a lot of things. Yi and Wu had a vague idea of who his teacher might be. If it were him, he surely wouldn't let a talent like Yul to go to waste. Well, I did intend for that to happen. Yul thanked Yi and Wu with a bow. So, I wanted to come here and say thank you before you leave the tutorial. Because I owe you a lot, you know. Anyway, thank you very, very much. It's all thanks to you that I was able to find something I'm good at, and even meet a great teacher. When Yi and Wu looked at Yul's eyes, they were now filled with determination. And one day, I'll go find you in the tower. Yi and Wu nodded his head in silence. Yul's face was brighter than ever. And, the flaws that composed the thought entity dispersed, disappearing into thin air. And as Yi and Wu watched Yul leave, he started to ponder. Perhaps he was already getting more involved with the tower than he had originally thought. The tower is that kind of place, where the laws of causality entwine and bind themselves around the existence of oneself, like chains, but again, that's what makes oneself. And maybe being a god means to break free of those chains and from the very being of oneself. For a moment, Yi and Wu remembered a fragmentary idea his brother had left in his diary, but soon shook his head and erased the thoughts of his mind. While in the middle of his thoughts, a portal appeared in the air. And shortly after, a familiar figure dropped down from the portal. Ohio, it makes me so emotional to have you all back after a whole month. A small-statured goblin wearing a tuxedo and a monocle bowed politely. Hello again, my dearest players. I, Yvilk, the guardian of the tutorial, greet you with all the love in my heart. Yvilk looked around at the players as he straightened his back. Beyond his monocle, his eyes were drawn into curves. Thank you all for your hard work. Unlike other rounds of the tutorial, many of you have shown wonderful wits and skills passing the trials all throughout the 7 sections. I sincerely hope you will be able to keep up the great work even after you enter the tower. Now, then. Yvilk smiled as he adjusted his monocle. Shall we check the results? Tutorial ranking. 1. Unknown 510,590 points. 2. Adora 60,000 points. 3. Fant 20,200 points. 4. Vyram 11,000 points. Yi and Wu heard several gasps from here and there. Wait a second, is that 500,000? What the fuck? How is that even possible? I've heard the high rankers in the tower scored only 50 to 100,000 points when they were in the tutorial. What the hell happened in Section G? The waiting room started to buzz with conversations as the players saw the ranking board. That was how shocking the number was. But Yi and Wu was also surprised when he saw the ranking board. Fant and Vyram, they must have gone hunting after I was gone. It was quite amazing how they were able to amass that many points with what little time they had. Then Yi and Wu felt a strong presence looking his way, so he turned to look at that side. It was Adora. She was looking directly at Yi and Wu, holding her sword tightly in her arms. When Yi and Wu met Adora's eyes, there was a moment of silence. Then Adora suddenly broke into a faint smile. She opened her mouth and said something silently. Congratulations. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes because he had no idea what Adora was thinking. Looking at her with draconic eyes, she wasn't speaking a lie. She was truly celebrating Yi and Wu's victory. But why? He couldn't think of any reason as to why Adora might have a favorable impression towards himself. If anything, it would be hostility. He thought that he had mistaken another person for Adora. But the one who was staring at him with blazing eyes next to her was definitely Fant. However, Yi and Wu's thoughts didn't continue for much longer. Yvilk turned towards Yi and Wu as he put on a pleasant smile on his face. Ohio. Has ranked number 1 with 510,590 points. This is the highest points scored by a player not just in this round, but also in the history of the tutorial. Therefore, he will be given rewards according to this achievement. Thankfully, Yi and Wu's name was covered by some kind of noise, making it impossible to recognize. Just then, a message popped up in front of Yi and Wu. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? Chapter 58. End 8. The Hall of Fame. A list of names to honor those who have scored the highest points on each floor of the tower. If someone was given the opportunity to register their name in the Hall of Fame, it meant that they have shown an outstanding performance. It was a significant milestone in one's way of becoming a god. It was an honor that every player hoped for. However, Yi and Wu shook his head. You have refused to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later on where you wish to. Yvilk opened his eyes slightly wider and soon burst into a jolly laugh. Well, Shirley has a very different personality. But still, there are players like you from time to time. Those who have great skills, but don't want to come to the surface. It seemed Yvilk had interpreted Yi and Wu's intention differently. Doesn't matter to me. Yi and Wu simply didn't want to reveal his real name. But such a misunderstanding wasn't bad for him, so he didn't bother responding. Now then, it's time for your reward. Yvilki's word caught all the players' attention. They were dying to know what kind of reward would be given for such an overwhelming amount of karma points. At least one thing was certain. That the tower, which has been quiet since the Arthea incident, would be stirred up once again. Yvilk stretched out his palm. His hand flashed with a pool of light, revealing a blue box with a big question mark on it. It was an item box with his rewards. The box floated about for a while and disappeared with another flash. Then, a new message appeared in front of Yi and Wu's eyes. You have acquired Zeus Key. You have acquired Beast Lord's Lion Mane Helm. You have acquired Iblis Embryo. A smile appeared on Yi and Wu's face as he read down the list of the rewarded artifacts. Every single one of them looked great. Among them was an artifact used by a former lord. Though, they'll all be traded for different items. Still, there was one thing that caught Yi and Wu's attention. A palm-sized key with a bright shimmery yellow hue, as if it were made from a topaz. It was Zeus Key. Zeus Key. Classification: miscellaneous. Rating: C+. Description: a key used to open the treasury of Zeus, the sky god. Nothing is known about its use. Despite having the name of a god in its name, Zeus Key was only rated as C+. But even that was because of its name. Without that, it wouldn't be strange if it were to be classified as an F-rating trash item. Because Zeus Key alone was of no use at all. If an outsider were to see this, they might have complained about why such an item was a reward given to the top ranker of the tutorial. In fact, there have been many players who had received this key and ended up discarding it. However, after quite a few players climbed up to higher floors and discovered the use of this key, most of them regretted throwing it away. But even if they knew the secret of the key, it still wasn't easy to use. Because in order to complete the key, players had to collect the other 11 keys. And of course, the rest of the keys were all hidden pieces, all as hard to acquire as Zeus' key. But I must open the Olympus treasury no matter what it takes. It was a reward he had earned by enduring all those hardships in the tutorial. He couldn't afford to lose it. His grip on the key tightened at the thought of it. Then, Yin Wu let out a chuckle in spite of himself. Now that I have this in my hand, it's starting to feel real that the tutorial is really over now. It had been less than a month, but putting together everything he had been through in the tutorial, it felt much more arduous than his 4 years of missions in Africa. The problem is that things are only going to get harder. After cramming all the rewards into his backpack, Yin Wu slung his backpack over his right shoulder. There were too many eyes focused on him right now, most of them filled with jealousy. So he decided to check the other items somewhere else without other players. Clap! Yvilk clapped his hands loudly to call the players' attention to himself. Yin Wu and the other players turned to look at Yvilk. This is the end of the tutorial, everyone. Once again, thank you all for your hard work. Those who have been deemed qualified to enter the tower will be notified soon, and even if you don't receive the notice, please try again in the next round. Now, I must bid farewell. I hope to see you all again. Yvilk said goodbye with a dignified look. The exit door is down below. And he disappeared with a blowing wind. Screens of light came down over the heads of Yin Wu and the other players. You have proven yourself to be worthy of climbing the tower. The tower will continue to pray for your firm will to becoming a god. Will you enter the tower? A blue portal opened under Yin Wu's feet. But the moment before he entered the portal, he heard Vansh shouting at him while approaching with fast steps. He was slightly frowning as if he hadn't completely recovered from the injuries. Hey, you in the white mask. Yin Wu gave him an indifferent look. What do you want? I challenge you to a duel. What happened in Section G, it was all because of your artifact. Chuck in all that bullshit and let's fight with sheer strength. You'd better not refuse if you're a warrior like me. Vansh growled as if he were dying to get his revenge on Yin Wu. However, I surrender. Yin Wu lifted both hands over his head with an apathetic look. Vansh was perplexed by his response. What? I said I surrender. Let's just say you beat me. Isn't that what you wanted? Don't tell me you're going to pick a fight with someone who has already surrendered. You're a warrior. Vansh was struck speechless, because for what he knew, surrendering was not something done so easily. Well then, Yin Wu immediately activated the portal as if he didn't want to deal with him anymore. Dude, I'm not done talking yet. Vansh belatedly came to his senses and reached out to catch Yin Wu, but he had already vanished from his spot. Fuck, you motherfucking son of a bitch. Vansh tore his hair out in anger. From the beginning to the end, he couldn't help but think that they had been toyed by Yin Wu. Adora, on the other hand, stood behind him and gave a little smile. And now at last, the curtain had fallen upon what felt like a long but distinguished round of the tutorial. A major new talent burst his way into the tower. As soon as the latest round of the tutorial finished, such rumors rapidly spread within various communities all throughout the tower. The one who had acquired more than 500,000 karma on his first try in the tutorial. The one who swept through the whole Section G, defeated the royal blood of the One-Horned tribe, and hoarded everything that existed in the section. Thus, people gave him the nickname, the Hoarder. And because of that, many clans desired to recruit the rumored player. As the tower's history grew longer, more and more players had completed the tutorial and entered the tower. But at some point, it had become difficult to find new players of notable talent. Under such circumstances, the advent of the new talent had them all excited. Countless people tried to figure out who this player was. But there were only a few things that they could find out. That this player always wore a mask over his face, and that he didn't even register his name on the Hall of Fame because he didn't want to reveal his name. Some of them were able to find out this player was acquainted with Conan Doyle, but when they found out that their relationship was merely made from a deal, everyone fell into disorder. In the end, with the identity of the player unrevealed, several clans started to take action to make contact with him. However, even after quite a long time since the tutorial ended, nobody was able to find him or even hear anything about him. As if all the rumors that had spread throughout the tower so far had been lies. No one could find any trace of this player. And as time went by, the rumors about this mysterious player only snowballed with all kinds of strange conjectures and speculations. Yian-Wu frowned at the bright light that pricked his eyes. "I'm getting dizzy." His eyes were burning, and his vision was spinning. He was feeling dizzy as if he was in a plane stunting up above in the sky. He thought he wouldn't feel this kind of sensation unless he used his skills. Maybe the transition magic from jumping from space to space is different from other skills. He presumed it could be just the process of his body trying to get used to entering a whole new world. But fortunately, his mana circuit soon activated, helping him stabilize his bodily functions. The dizziness subsided as his vision stopped spinning. From then on, Yian-Wu was able to take a look around more comfortably. So, this is the world of the tower. A wide expanse of the world greeted Yian-Wu's eyes. Before his eyes, there were various shapes of houses and buildings stretched along the endless horizon. The boulevard was full of people of different races dressed in all sorts of clothes and armors, leading their busy lives. Even though there were so many different things mixed up in one scenery, everything felt just beautiful and harmonious. Just by watching, Yian-Wu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. And there was one thing that stood out the most amid this beautiful scenery. Right in the middle of this vast land of civilization, there stood a lofty tower. It was so tall that the peak could not be seen amid the clouds. Even if it was standing completely still, it felt like something was waving at him, telling him to go inside. The Tower of the Sun God. Obelisk. The sight he had seen over and over in his brother's diary. But there was a huge difference between what he had seen in the diary and what he was actually seeing. If anything came to his mind, it was sheer awe. And there was nothing that could properly express what he was feeling towards the tower. An ideal world where different universes and dimensions meet and merge like a cobweb, forming a society of a vast melting pot with a countless variety of races. However, there, inside that tower. In Yian-Wu's eyes, it nothing more than a pandemonium full of devils and demons. Ranging from a single high ranker to the entire clan. The players involved with the death of his brother were all rulers in command of the tower. Every single action his brother took, must have been seen as a challenge towards them. His brother had been left powerless. But it'll be different now. Yian-Wu was going to look at them with his brother's eyes and ask them in his brother's voice. And then, he was going to return to them what they had done to his brother. This is the beginning. Beneath the white mask, the two will-o-wisps were blazing with fury. Anyone who is climbing up the tower desires to reach the final 99th floor and become a god. But here, a man who possessed a different purpose in his mind began to climb the tower. The journey of a player with the title of the Hoarder, or the one who would later be known as the Black God, was just beginning. Chapter 59. The Tower 1. Yian-Wu went down the hill and began to walk. The place where he was now was somewhere called the Outer District. The intermediate location connecting the tutorial and the tower. It was a huge city established by people who lived in the tower. Therefore, players who had just passed the tutorial usually did not think of paying a visit to this place. Their heads were full of thoughts of climbing up the tower. Even if they did visit, it was simply to supply themselves with items they needed in order to make their way up. They didn't consider staying for a long time. But it was different for Yian-Wu. Unlike other players, he wasn't going to climb the tower right away. Instead, he planned to stay at Outer District. He had a lot of work to do there. It should be somewhere around here. Yian-Wu went to the market upon entering the city. The market in this world was similar to the typical market commonly seen in his home world where street vendors display various items on their stalls. The whole marketplace was filled with voices of people haggling for prices. Yian-Wu was walking along the street with a photograph in his hand. It was the photograph that was found next to his brother's body, along with the pocket watch. The photo of his brother and his old teammates of Arthea. Though the photo had faded a lot, he could still distinguish who these people were and where it was taken. What Yian-Wu was currently looking for was one of the people inside the photo and the spot the picture was taken at. The place looks similar to the one in the photo. It must be around here. Yian-Wu walked down the market street as he constantly took glimpses at the photo. But the problem was that several parts of the market captured in the photograph had changed a lot since the time it was taken. It was difficult to trace down the building with what little hints he had. Thankfully, even though Yian-Wu was wearing a strange white mask, people didn't care much about his appearance. It was because the city was already full of people of different races in different clothes. Is this the place? After quite a few turns, Yian-Wu finally stopped in front of a blacksmith shop. An old run-down building with a chipped painting depicting a hammer and an anvil next to its door. Judging by its appearance, the shop must have had no customer for a long time. But the place looked the same as the background in the photograph. He was certain it was here. Yi and Wu gazed at the hammer and anvil symbol with a blank look for a while and soon opened the door as he put the picture inside his pocket. "Excuse me." Creak. The door opened with a strange noise as if it were going to fall at any moment. The interior was as messy as the exterior. Dust bunnies were rolling around the floor, and there were stains everywhere on the wall. However, the weapons are clean. Yi and Wu cast draconic eyes and examined the items displayed on the rack along the wall. Henneva's superior iron sword. Classification: two-handed weapon. Rating: C+. Description: an iron sword forged by Henneva, a dwarven blacksmith. It boasts remarkable durability and a long lifespan. Henneva's greatbow. Classification: two-handed weapon. Rating: B. Description: a greatbow crafted by Henneva, a dwarven blacksmith. It was made with the horns and tendons of a minotaur. The bowstring is so stiff that normal people won't be able to pull it. Henneva's pitch-black helm. Classification: headgear. Rating: B. Description: a helm forged by Henneva, a dwarven blacksmith. It will cover up the wearer's presence if worn in the darkness. They're all items of high rating. Draconic eyes can partially peek into an object or person's abilities. Which means, it is possible to read some of the latent powers and characteristics of an item if examined with the skill. Thanks to this, Yi and Wu was able to see how good the items were despite their shabby look. It was an advantage granted to the users of draconic eyes. And surprisingly, there was an item that was impossible to analyze even with his skill. Henneva's classification, rating, description: forged by Henneva, a dwarven blacksmith. Yi and Wu picked up an item that looked like a dagger. Unlike the other weapons and armors, this one was fully covered in rust. Its length was about 10 centimeters longer than the daggers he had brought from the outside world, and a little shorter than Karshina's dagger. As far as he knew, there were 2 cases of items that draconic eyes refused to analyze. It was either too bad, or it's too good to analyze with my current level of proficiency. And things with this kind of bad appearance usually fell into the former category. However, Yi and Wu had a strong hunch that this time it should be the latter. The material, the solidity, not one bit was lacking. Even if it was hidden under the rust, you couldn't hide it to its core. This one's very tempting. Yi and Wu had already acquired a variety of great artifacts throughout the tutorial. Artifacts ranging from the ones he had been using, such as Black Bracelet, Karshina's dagger, Goblin King's Eye, Monster's 5-colored jewel, Hargan's crown, Vigrid, to the rewards which he hadn't had a chance to check, such as Beast Lord's lion mane helm and Iblis, embryo. Every single one of them was a powerful artifact that could carry him through the lower half of the tower. Especially the Black Bracelet and Vigrid, if their seals were completely removed, they could even be used in some of the upper floors. Because of all the great artifacts he had, Yi and Wu's standard had been raised to the point where artifacts without a proper option weren't enough to satisfy him. Nevertheless, the dagger possessed such a mysterious power that was enough to immediately captivate Yi and Wu's heart. I needed a dagger just about this size. Yi and Wu had to use Vigrid in Section G because it was the best sword available to him at that moment. However, Yi and Wu's speciality was a fast and intricate style of swordsmanship utilizing 2 daggers, one in each hand. Plus, the dagger looked like it would go well with Karshina's dagger. I see why Jung-Woo preferred to come here for weapons. In spite of its current appearance, this shop used to be a workshop that provided artifacts exclusively to Arthea when they were the 5th-ranked clan. Judging by his works, it seemed like the owner of the smithy was still living up to his name. Yi and Wu turned towards another direction to check on the other weaponry. At that moment, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly the back door sprang open, and a short, chunky dwarf came in with a big frown on his face. His face was covered by bushy beard, long enough to almost drag it through the floor. The muscles revealed on his body and forearms looked as solid as those of an ox. On those 2 arms, he was holding a stack of several swords blocking his front view. Dwarf Henneva, he was the owner of this shabby smithy. Not only that, the dwarf in the photograph. He looks the same. He was the same dwarf who was smiling next to his brother in the faded photograph. The one who his brother mentioned several times in his diary. If someone asked me to pick a person I relied on the most among Arthea, I might have to think it over a lot cause there are just too many. However, if they ask the same question but among the whole tower, I can answer without hesitation. Heneva, he has been like a father to me. His brother referred to Heneva as father. Father. In fact, Yi and Wu and his brother didn't have many memories of their father. They were told that his father had passed away in an accident when they were very small. When he thought about his father, he could only remember the vague feeling of warmth he felt when being hugged by him. That was the only memory both Yi and Wu and Jungwoo had of him. So if Jungwoo had compared Heneva to a father, there must have been something about him. And that was why Yi and Wu decided to meet Heneva as soon as he passed the tutorial. He was also the one who didn't leave Jungwoo's side until his last breath. However, Yi and Wu didn't take off his mask and introduced herself. His innocent brother proudly introduced him as one of the few friends he could trust and even went as far as to call him a father. But Yi and Wu couldn't trust not just him but anyone that easily. Until he himself felt certain, he had to doubt anyone and everyone. I'm here to buy a weapon. A weapon, you say? Yi and Wu nodded, but Heneva answered with a sneer. Even after seeing that, Heneva pointed at the half-destroyed part of his shop with his chin. What's wrong with that? You've gotta be kidding me. Kid, I've got no time for your jokes, so get lost. Heneva tried to walk past Yi and Wu. But Yi and Wu used his long legs and block his front. I'm not joking, I am here to buy a weapon. Well, that's too bad, because I'm not selling any weapon. So get the fuck out of here. Heneva pushed Yi and Wu with his shoulder as if he didn't want to deal with him anymore. His muscles were so hard it felt like he had rammed into a wall when he hit him. For a moment, Yi and Wu stared at Heneva heading back to his workshop, but soon threw a question at him. Is it because Arthea was disbanded? Quote exclamation mark quote. Heneva flung his head back towards Yi and Wu. On his distorted face, there was one strong emotion displayed through his eyes. An intense resentment. Don't you dare speak a word about that, kid. That's a yes. Heneva was originally a master blacksmith of Arthea. Because he wasn't a player, he wasn't an official member of Arthea. But still, nobody could argue about him being part of Arthea. And thanks to the outstanding weapons and armor he provided, Arthea was able to smoothly progress through the tower. But now, he was refusing to sell his weapons even when Arthea was gone. Yi and Wu could guess what was the reason, and he was very certain of it. Did the other clans threaten you? I bet they tried to force you to join their clans, right? I warned you not to talk about that. But you must have ignored their threats. Seems like they started hurting the customers who bought items here, didn't they? And that's how people stopped coming to his shop. Even if he had customers coming to his shop, he had to kick them out so that they wouldn't be harmed. It was easy to guess what could have happened to him. You, Heneva's face turned purple from anger. But you don't have to worry about that, at least for me. You just need to sell your items to me. Quote. With Yi and Wu's next word, Heneva grew silent. Yi and Wu grinned inwardly. He was told that Heneva looked tough on the outside, but underneath he was very soft-hearted. It seems his brother was right on that point. In the end, Heneva gave up trying to kick Yi and Wu out of the shop. Heneva threw the swords he was holding on the ground and spoke with a frown on his face. All right, you win. If you want to buy my weapons that badly, then buy them. What do you want? I want this. Yi and Wu pointed out the rusty dagger he had picked up before. Though it was just for a fleeting moment, various emotions swirled in Heneva's eyes. Then he quickly put on his usual frown and looked at Yi and Wu up and down. By the way, you got any money for that? Yi and Wu said with a smile. Can I buy it on credit? Chapter 60. The Tower 2. Heneva rolled his eyes upon hearing something unexpected, but soon his face contorted in anger. You're a lunatic. But Heneva's yell made Yi and Wu let out a chuckle. I haven't heard that in a long time. It was something he used to hear from the commander on a daily basis. Get the hell out of my shop if you're going to. I was joking, wasn't that obvious? Because of Yi and Wu's blunt tone, Heneva still couldn't tell if he was joking or not. And when he realized it was a joke, Heneva's face became even more contorted. Once again, Heneva tried to shout at him in a fit of rage. But when he opened his mouth, Yi and Wu put down the backpack he was carrying on his right shoulder. Heneva stopped for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Wait, is that what I think it is? The Dark Elves' hunting bag. As I thought, he recognized it right away. Yi and Wu nodded, thinking things were going as he wanted. Yes, well, I guess you're not as bad as I thought you'd be. Heneva looked at Yi and Wu with a slightly different attitude, though he was still stuck up. Dark Elves only handed their possessions to those they acknowledged. Having such items meant that he had the skills to back it up. Furthermore, Heneva was already aware that Yi and Wu had just recently finished the tutorial by looking at his appearance. And there was only one dark elf in the tutorial that he knew of. Did you get that from Galliard? Yes. HMPH. That scrawny lanky idiot has a horrible temper, but he does have a keen eye for judging players. Galliard, the dark elf, and Heneva, the dwarf, are always fighting like cats and dogs. I don't know if it has to do with their races or their personalities. But in my eyes, they look like a couple of really close friends. Just like how good friends often casually say harsh things to each other. But of course, if I were to say this in front of them, they'd beat me to death. His brother also added that the two actually respected each other's skills more than anyone else, even though they constantly snarled at each other. Aight, then, looks like you're trying to trade my item for what you got from the tutorial. Go ahead and take them out. By the way, my weapons are very expensive. It'll be beyond what you can imagine. Heneva arrogantly raised his chin up with his arms folded. Items that could be collected from the tutorial were usually worthless scrap items which no one in the tower would give a single glance at. He was going to make him take them all out and turn him away. Yi and Wu opened his bag and began to take out the items he had packed inside. Goblin's teeth and jawbones, lizardmen's eyeballs, orc's ribs, troll's blood and brains. Whenever something came out, Heneva let out a snort. They were all useless items, just as he had expected. Items that only weak players would pick up to make a living off of them. Still, each item he took out was a relatively expensive part of the monsters. However, by the standards of Heneva, who had risen to the rank of master, blacksmith, they were a pile of trash. Trash. He would never take them even if he had thousands of them. Heneva was starting to feel annoyed and humiliated by the fact that he was trying to buy his weapon with such trash items, but he kept silent to see how much more he could take out. But from some point onward, Heneva's eyes that were looking at the trash suddenly changed. You dirty little bastard. He realized that the items Yi and Wu was taking out weren't just random trash. If they were put separately, they were definitely a worthless pile of scrap items. But once they were put together, they become the basic materials for a certain artifact. And by his knowledge, that artifact was a very high rating item. Something which a player who had just cleared the tutorial couldn't possibly have knowledge of. Speaking of which, Heneva glanced Yi and Wu up and down again and rubbed his chin quietly. He's wearing quite good artifacts for a novice. Actually, his artifacts weren't just quite good. They were extremely good. It was only his pride that didn't allow him to admit it. The black bracelet he had on his right wrist, though he hadn't evaluated it in detail, he was certain it was a great artifact. And the sword he was carrying on his back, it was a little short to call it a normal long sword, but there was a subtle hint of holy and demonic energy flowing out of the sword. Two energies that cannot coexist. As far as he knew, there was only one case as such. A demonic sword which used to be a divine sword but ended up cursed for some reason. It must be a weapon from a distant past, but where the hell did he find that? Eventually, Heneva raised his assessment of Yi and Wu, who he thought was a crook, a little bit higher. From a crook to a novice. Still, there wasn't much difference. But Heneva had to further adjust his assessment because of the two items Yi and Wu took out at the very end. They were treasures beyond comparison. One was Beast Lord's lion mane helm. The other is Iblis, embryo. Yi and Wu put out all the rewards he obtained from the tutorial as the payment. Heneva took on a grim expression. Is this a joke? What makes you think that? So you're not joking? Do you even know what you just took out? I know what they are. Aren't they an artifact left by the Beast Lord and an egg of a hell beast? Beast Lord's lion mane helm. Classification, headgear. Rating, A-. Description, an armet used by the Beast Lord, who disappeared for unknown reasons in the past. It was made with the hide of a mythical creature, the white lion. The helm possesses the vigor and courage of the wild lion and the power of the Beast Lord. Fang of the white lion. Increases attack power for 10 seconds by 1% for every monster killed, up to 35%. Also, through the vigor of the white lion, it reduces the duration of enemy crowd control effects by 5%. Roar of the Beast Lord. Unleashes the aura of the Beast Lord, inflicting the surrounding enemies with the status effect, fear, for 8 to 10 seconds. Iblis embryo. Rating, B+. Description, an egg laid by a hell beast, Iblis. It can only be hatched through a special method. Once hatched, it will follow whomever it sees first. The Beast Lord was one of the most famous lords in the tower. He had once ruled over the tower along with the Vampire Lord. Thus, the artifact left by the Beast Lord was rated A-. It was the first A artifact Yin-Wu got since entering this world. Even though its value was lower than Batory's vampiric sword, that didn't mean it was worthless. Rather, if he wanted to sell it, people would buy it for whatever price he named. Above all, the tower provided players with the items that best fit the player's combat style. Of course, Beast Lord's lion mane helm was also a suitable item for Yin-Wu. Iblis, embryo also had an equally high value. Iblis is a hell beast that is known to dwell in the deepest jungle of Gehenna. A raptorial bird that is 5 meters in size and has a monstrous beak and claws that can tear any animal to shreds with ease. It would take a somewhat tricky process to hatch its egg, but considering the advantages of taking such a beast as a companion, it was worth the effort. An artifact left by the Beast Lord and an egg of a hell beast. Both items had power that could make their owner stronger than any normal player in the tower. Even if Heneva had great pride in his ability as a blacksmith, he knew his items were not worth any higher than those two items together, if not one alone. That's why Heneva thought Yin-Wu was playing a joke on him. No, this wasn't at the level of a joke. He was making a fool out of him. After Arthea disbanded, Heneva had ended up being persecuted by several clans. How did he fall so low as to be looked down upon by such a novice? Heneva was mortified, his face was burning with shame. But he didn't shout at him because he didn't want to give up his last bit of pride. He clenched his teeth, he glared at Yin-Wu trying to contain his anger. But as if Yin-Wu hadn't noticed Heneva's anger, he asked with an impassive tone as he looked into Heneva's glaring eyes. If you think these materials and the two items are worth more than the dagger, may I ask you to make an artifact for me? In that instant, Heneva felt his anger drain out. Because he noticed what Yin-Wu was trying to do. You're asking me to make, Yigas, eyes, aren't you? Yin-Wu nodded. Yes, a giant that was said to have hundreds of arms and thousands of eyes. The artifact named after such monster was definitely worth the two items Yin-Wu had presented. And there were no more than 5 master blacksmiths in the tower who could craft such artifact. Heneva was one of them. Heneva glowered at Yin-Wu as he narrowed his eyes. You little bastard, you've been after this since the beginning. I apologize if I have offended you. I heard that you have stopped making artifacts recently, so I had to resort to such a tasteless measure. Yin-Wu apologized as he bowed down politely. Once again, Heneva groaned in agony. He stared at the materials and two artifacts for a long time. His mind was cluttered with mixed emotions. Then he looked at Yin-Wu and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, do you know what it means to place an order with me? Just as I said earlier, I can take care of other clans. What I need you to do is to focus on crafting Yigas, eyes. Don't worry about anything else. Can you do that?" A very calm look, but inside, he could feel a strong determination. Heneva didn't hate that attitude. But the moment he was about to say yes. "Of course, if you're still afraid of other clans, I can't help it." The sudden remark brought out by Yin-Wu made Heneva's brows crease. Yin-Wu's jokes in such a monotonous tone were starting to tilt him. Eventually, Heneva screamed as his patience wore out. "Okay, I get it, I'll do it." Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal succeeded. Draconic Eyes skill proficiency has increased. 15.5%. Heneva's magic bayonet Mozhuang Dai Jian. Classification: one-handed weapon. Rating: B. Description: a bayonet which Heneva, a dwarven blacksmith, put his blood into crafting for 3 years. It was originally made for someone dear to him, but with its owner lost, the bayonet came to possess Heneva's rancor and wrath. Because of this, the dagger holds sharpness that can easily split a rock. A dwarf's wish: the magic bayonet feeds off of the owner's emotion. The stronger the emotion, the sharper the edge will become. Blade of Rancor: the bayonet aggravates the opponent's wound, eating away their vitality. If the target's vitality is lower than 20%, there's a fixed chance that the target will be inflicted with the status effect, Ice Poison Bingdu. This item is a growth type artifact. The artifact can grow along with its owner, and its growth speed depends on the owner's familiarity and proficiency with this artifact. It's much better than I thought. On his way out of Heneva's smithy, Yin-Wu smiled as he read down the description of the magic bayonet. This was unquestionably a high-end artifact. He presumed that all of the weapons that Heneva provided to Arthea might have been of such quality. The part he liked the most was that the dagger was a growth-type artifact. It meant it could grow more powerful as he continued using it. It fits surprisingly nicely in my hand. Yi and Wu had been planning to ask Heneva to make Yiga's eyes right when he entered the tower. When he was asked by Khan and Doyle if he knew any blacksmith, it was Heneva he had referred to as a blacksmith he knew of. If he can make a weapon like this, he should easily be able to make Yiga's eyes. Heneva said it would take at least a month. Even though the basic materials were sufficient, he still needed to get some other supplementary materials, and the crafting process itself required quite a long time. It seems like he didn't let go of his hammer even when other clans threatened him. It mustn't have been easy. I can see he's certainly a great man, given that he didn't submit. Yi and Wu decided to keep an eye on Heneva for the next month, using Yiga's eyes as an excuse. Even the circumstances that revolved around him. It should be enough time to figure out who he is. Either to trust him or not. Yi and Wu handled his new bayonet with serious eyes. Wang, the magic bayonet resonated as if it was happy to have a master. Strangely enough, Yi and Wu felt that the magical bayonet fit him really well. It felt like he had found a long-lost item that he was so used to. Quote. Then suddenly, the phrase, someone dear to him, from its description caught his eye. Someone dear to Heneva, who could it be?